Good evening and welcome down to Weather down in Muletown. This is the captain speaking, so I want to go ahead and get to this right off the bat. As you see here with our yellow map indicating we are under a tornado watch. So tornado watch number 9 has been issued for our area until 1 a.m. So 1 a.m. this morning. Fast moving thunderstorms over West Tennessee will track into the watch area this evening, posing a risk of locally damaging wind gusts and a few tornadoes. Remember, conditions are favorable. That's what a watch means. You should watch out for those tornadoes. If we get a warning later, remember that means it's happening. We can see it on the radar, or someone has reported it with their eyeballs, and it means a tornado is ongoing. So again, conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, so definitely keep an eye on that, and we'll keep you updated as the evening goes on. I'll try to keep the radar loop up here no matter what. That way everybody stays nice and updated, whether I'm speaking or not, and I'll throw the little logo up so you all know that I'm not talking, and in fact the audio is working. So alrighty then. And of course, got all that scrolling there on the bottom as well as far as that tornado watch. Welcome to everybody joining us, especially you all that are following us fairly recently. Welcome down to the page. It is a community here. We're all neighbors kind of in one way, shape, form, or fashion or the other. So definitely tell your people, spread the word, all that fun stuff, and help us kind of grow the community there. It helps us have more people see our stuff and tickle the algorithm and all of that fun jazz. So we appreciate it all. We don't kind of like pay for any advertising, so everything that we get is organic and word of mouth, and we appreciate it. And we definitely stand by our reputation that we built here recently as well. Right. Gonna pop over onto the AI model here in just a second. I haven't looked at it in just a minute. I see folks asking about the chances and everything. I'm assuming they're still about the same. And again, we knew everything was going to be more conducive for storms in West Tennessee. We knew that now for a couple of days, so I'm not exactly shocked to see the tornado warnings and the atmosphere being as more volatile over that way either. So it's generally what was expected. So have a look. I think that's yep. Okay, so the SPC update is out, and they're creeping that marginal towards us still too with the wind. Let's have a look at that. See if I can get those slides pulled up for you, maybe. All right, let me get that one sec. There we go. All right, so yeah, there is that aforementioned tornado watch graphic there. Again, a few tornadoes possible. Not as big of a hail threat. We're not concerned as much about that as we are the wind and the tornado threat, obviously. But then again, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with this, and it runs till 1 a.m. So that's the main things keeping an eye on there. Would be the wind and just this line as it approaches. Not much going on in Columbia at the moment. I'll turn the watch off for just a minute. That way it's not kind of just a culture shock. You can kind of see some of the storms that we're having. Looks like there's a little bit of storm generation down in the southern Middle Tennessee area, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, but not a whole lot. So we haven't seen those discrete cells, the kind of the pop up, bubble up cells throughout the day, which is definitely a good thing. So the models were trying to make something of some moisture coming up from the south, but the actuality of it looks like it's not panned out that way so far. So we'll keep hoping that it does. I found the graphic that people were asking about earlier. I just had not seen this yet. Let's see. Let me get this. There we go. So yeah, this is the graphic that was being asked about earlier. So the brief spin up tornadoes, that's just outside of us. If you look down there to the very bottom right, like 4 o'clock corner or so of the picture, you can see Columbia Mount Pleasant, and it's going just to our northwest. But I'm assuming that's what somebody was asking about earlier, about the potential spin ups and the storms moving into the area. So that may be what was being referenced there, and I just had not had time to see that yet. So apologies there. All right, so I got the latest SPC slides, putting them up there, and yeah, we're creeped pretty closer to the 10% tornado. It seems like the trend's trying to follow the AI models or the machine learning stuff to where it's crept the wind damage and tornado risk in the hatched area ever so closer towards the 65 corridor in Murray County, around there in that area. So give me 1 second, get those loaded here into the brand new broadcast software that I'm still learning here. All right, let's see. So here's the categorical. Right, so there's the overall. You can see again Columbia labeled there right on the edge of the orange and the yellow, denoting the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5 risk areas. Appreciate that big money, y'all. I hear you. See y'all as well too. I'm gonna go and get to that here in just a second. That should be coming up on the screen too now for y'all with your shout out. So appreciate you all. There it is. It'll come through here somewhere. So just another little thing we're trying to do to help out when we're a little busy. So there's the tornado risk. Again, hatched areas where you don't want to be, you add 10% pretty much for the hatched area. So right there in that yellow hatched area, about 20 to 24%, something like that. And then Columbia again right there on the edge of that 5 to 9% or so. But it steadily crept more towards us throughout the day and throughout the model runs as we've been going along. So again, not just incredibly unexpected there or anything. So wind outlook, again, pretty close to being in the higher risk area, therefore the wind right on the edge of the yellow and the red. And wind is going to be that main thing that we are keeping an eye on, as the hail is not that large of a threat as you see here. We're actually not even in the 5%, but again, keep an eye on that, and definitely if you see any hail, that's the severe reporting criteria. So about nickel or so, penny to nickel size, definitely let us know about that. Any damage, let us know. If you can safely get a picture of like a tree down without electrocuting yourself or hurting yourself or anything crazy like that, definitely not worth that. Let us know, tag the page in it, give us your location with like a cross street or GPS coordinates or something like that. But yeah, definitely appreciate that. I'm going to get in the comment section here in just a second. I see them coming through left and right. So again, give me just a second. Right. So let's see. I have to do some moderation in the chats too, it looks like. Yeah, I can't have nothing nice these days. I will get to that, y'all, in just 1 sec. All right. Throw the radar here in motion real quick. Actually, I think I've got the Memphis radar open as well. We can have a look at it. Yep. One sec. We'll look at the Memphis radar and you'll kind of see kind of how things are going over here and how that rotation's going with this line. So far, it seems to be in the northern part of the line, though, in Tennessee, up near Clarksville, going towards Montgomery County. So far. Okay. All right, so this is the Memphis radar. You can see here's your tornado, the triple tornado warnings we were talking about earlier, and then the rest are flash flood warnings. We'll go in and look at this side by side, and look at our storm relative velocity, and put this in motion here a little bit. You can kind of see how the greens and the blues and the reds and all that fun stuff interact on the wind fields. And that's what we're going to be dealing with these storms that come through. You see the one that was warned earlier was actually looking pretty good as far as rotation went, but it's kind of moving out of range for the radar there at that point. So yeah, as it's moving along, it's still looking fairly decent, but yeah, it's not as big on the rotation, the conflict, and the winds as originally thought there, but you can definitely still see some issues right here with the brighter blue, the hot spots there with the blue and the red. So for sure, see if any of these have been observed. Tornado and quarter size hail. So yeah, nothing observed on the ground. I don't believe with any of these. No. Okay, good deal. At least there's that. Right. So we'll hop back over to our national radar. And again, some cells trying to bubble up here from the south, but nothing major so far. No warnings. It looks like this one's actually going to miss Columbia proper and probably go up more up towards Santa Fe, Fairview, into Williamson County or so. But I'll put this in motion here for a second just so I can type for a minute and catch myself up. And I am still right here with you guys and gals. All right, Dodo's been purged from the chat. Sorry about that, folks. Again, still working out the bugs on all of this, but got that done at least. Again, so if you're just joining us, currently 65 degrees and on the decline in Sunnyside. Wind breezy today, about 13 miles an hour out of the south-southwest. Peaks of about 25 here locally. All right, so anyways, if you're just joining us, watching the storms roll in, we are under the tornado watch. I'll turn that back on for just a second. See our pretty yellow box there. Tornado watch until 1 a.m. So we'll have live continuing coverage throughout the night with you all night tonight. We'll leave the live stream up and running, even if I'm not talking all the time. So that way you'll have the NOAA audio up for those of you who may still not have a no radio. You can go in and get at least the audio coming from it, and you'll hear the alerts and stuff. So right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, and I'm still here. Sorry, I was just kind of working there in the background. I didn't put my no audio thing up because I wasn't planning on being on too long. It just took me a second to go in and kick a couple dodos from the chats. So all right. And again, welcome everybody into the stream. We are doing this again, as you see on our counter up there on Facebook and YouTube Live. So definitely go and give the other platform a follow if you're watching from one or the other as well. Appreciate that. Helps us again grease the algorithm and everything. So helps out with the stuffs. And we definitely appreciate it. There we go. Right. So let me try to get some of y'all's questions here. Yeah, and you can definitely put us up. Thank you, Kathy, for pointing that out. You can put us up on YouTube if you have like a smart TV or a smart set-top box, Apple TV, something like that. You can put us up on the big screen and just leave it going on YouTube as well. And the video quality is way better on YouTube. You can actually see the street view when we go into it and label the streets and stuff. Yes, most Tennessee cities do not have siren systems, correct? Or at least that's because the geography down here is not quite conducive to it, and it's expensive for sure. Timing wise, still, yeah, probably about the same. I'll actually go in and we can look at the latest 00 Zulu models. They just dropped here just a minute ago. And yeah, it's still looking about the same. So probably about 11 p.m. to midnight on that main line coming through. There's going to be like a little secondary show on the back end of just some rain. Probably we're going to be right on the edge of it. Snow at the top northern end of it near like Cincinnati and Louisville, and on our end just rain. But that'll clear out probably about daylight. But there's going to be a couple hour gap in between, so nothing severe on that second round. It's literally just going to be some rain sliding through. So we can talk about that real quick. Go ahead and cue that up. We got the next 24 hours on that fresh 00 Zulu run. Pull that up here for you. Right, here we go. So here is that aforementioned 24 hours of the HRRR again. See, maybe some storms popping up before the line, probably not much of anything. And then that main line coming through about 11 to midnight or so. Couple hour gap, maybe some brief sprinkles. There may be some rain there on the backside of things around daylight, 6 a.m. But other than that, that should be about it. I'm going to kind of let that play a time or two while I'm still over here looking at some of the severe indices, the winds, things like that. It looks like on that model run, the updrafts aren't near as perky or so, or updrafty. So that's definitely a good sign there. Look at our helicity readings. They still look pretty decent, though, as far as that goes. But as long as we can stay away from the prefrontal storms, I think we'll probably be okay as far as that goes, because it doesn't matter if it's twisty, if there's nothing there to twist. So definitely good news there on the improvements, because it did look like there for a while that the tornado threat was increasing a bit just about every time a model would run or something would happen. So looks like a lot of the severe indices have backed off. Significant tornado primer STP is down to 3, which is low on a 40 something scale. Supercell composites, same way, it's all pretty low. Perfect. Let's have a look at the shear though, because it was pretty high. Yeah, still 50, 60 knots low level on the wind shear. 120 knots mid level, so not bad. 6 kilometer. All right. But again, if you're just joining us, the main thing I want to pass along is we are under that tornado watch now until 1 a.m., so 100 hours. You got the tornado watch going on. We'll be covering that live as long as we need to, and then have everything going here. Even if we're not talking, I'll have the radar up with the NOAA feed going in the background. So yeah, timing's still looking about the same, Corey, though. Great question. And Aaron, hope that answered it. Kelsey says that everybody at South Bear Creek Pike, should you go somewhere else and stay again? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be anything like May 8th. So I definitely know once we start mentioning tornadoes, you all are gun shy for sure, and I definitely cannot blame you. That's very, very founded. But no, this is definitely not one of those situations. This is going to probably be more of a straight wind event. We're just keeping a very close eye on the cells because of the kind of the crosswind that's aloft right now could get some big storms that may otherwise not rotate into rotating. So that's what that's coming from. No sirens going off unless it's somewhere local. Bridget, Lisa, we're just under that tornado watch, but you could have heard some alert system toning that out or something. Shannon Lovelace asked about sirens, and do we have them here? City of Columbia did a thing a while back where I think they're purchasing some and getting ready to implement it. But it's, yeah, it's a touchy subject, but it's one of those things we've touched on briefly. They're not that effective around here. So no, there's not a tornado near Columbia. We're under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. Shannon Marie, Spring Hill. Anytime we speak kind of vaguely, we're doing it on purpose. So when we say like Murray County or like the I-65 corridor or southern Middle Tennessee, we're speaking just kind of generally, so that way we can cover like Columbia, Spring Hill, Franklin, Williamson County, Murray County, kind of just all vaguely. So if you live in like that general vicinity that we're talking about, we're also talking about you. We're just trying to be vague in general, just so we can cover more people with the same amount of words, I guess, for lack of better words. Yeah, Dre, we are streaming under YouTube. You can look at our bio on the Facebook page, and it shows all our links there. You can go and click it, or you can go, I think it's youtube.com/channels/at WDiMT, or just search Weather Down in Muletown, WDiMT, something like that, and it should get you there. Caleb wants to know the best way to donate. Actually added a new link in there today that'll actually take you to an account I just set up where you can go in and donate. The Facebook, you can donate through there, and then again in our bio we've got, I think, Cash App and some of the things set up there as well. Facebook stars are okay because I know a lot of people already have those anyway, but Facebook takes a lot of your money and gives us part of it, so it's kind of stinky. But the other ways get us a little bit more money net, but we appreciate it all very much anyway. Very, very much. I know it's needed, but always appreciated. But yeah, short answer, Caleb, check our bio. There's some links there, and we appreciate that. Jordan, yeah, has got a great question. You want to stay safe in a tornado, you definitely want to go to a basement or a storm cellar, but if you don't have one of those, an interior room like a hallway or a bathroom or something sturdy like that, absolutely. Great point there, Jordan. Got something we can talk about that too, is just kind of some filler while this is going on. So let me look for some things. Go ahead and throw this up here. This is from earlier today, but it still stands. So the flood watch in effect as well too, through noon Sunday. So keeping an eye on a lot of that wind while we're going through and doing all the storm stuff, but we're also keeping an eye on a lot of that water as we go in and do the storm stuff as well too, because it can definitely be, it's statistically the biggest killer, like we were talking about earlier. Floods are extremely dangerous, especially flash flooding at times. Let's see. So this one's always good when we briefly discussed this earlier. So difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. So just like I teach my kindergartners and stuff when we go talk to them, watch literally means watch out. So watch means conditions are favorable. Tornadoes may be in the area. A tornado warning means that we see one on radar or something is indicated through like multiple radar products, or someone's actually seen it, law enforcement or spotters or something like that. So know that difference for sure. Again, watch literally just means watch out, and then the warning means it is happening right now and you need to take cover immediately. Safe places from tornadoes. Again, you want to know where that is ahead of time. So if you need to, you know, you've got your safe space here, go and throw some pillows, blankets, flashlights, weather radio, all of that fun stuff in there. And that way you've got everything ready to go in your safe space. I've got another one in here somewhere. I'm trying to find, I've got weather safety stuff thrown everywhere in here. I'm trying to sort through all of these files. Here we go. So yeah, know your safe place. So definitely know your safe place. So nowhere in a top floor anywhere with like a large roof, cafeterias, gymnasiums, large office buildings, things like that. Definitely not a good idea. No exterior rooms like with windows, doors, anything like that. Flying glass and debris. You ideally want to be in that interior room there, or preferably underground. Most decently constructed, especially newer coated modeled houses, can withstand probably a direct hit from about an EF2 to EF3, a side swipe from maybe something a little bit bigger like EF4. But to take a direct hit from an EF4 and EF5, folks, you really need to be underground. So if you live in one of those tornado prone areas, like if you're listening to me right now from like in the Alabama and Mississippi and you get them more than we do, definitely look into that storm shelter or something along those lines for something a little bit more substantial, or get yourself like a some type of basement fortified kind of thing going on, because it definitely will help out a lot. So where's... I think I had another safe space around here. as well too, but I don't see it, so I may have to go in and look for some of those later and put some stuff up. So we try to do like some severe weather stuff around this time of year because next week is Severe Weather Awareness Week, so we'll be doing a lot of that. So make sure you check that out on the page. I'll have some different things up as far as like tornadoes, flooding, lightning, camping this time of year. We always have like warning storms running on Mule Day, so we like to do a lot of stuff like that focused around camping on Mule Day. And then again, Bobby did inform me that we will be wearing our swag at Severe Weather Awareness Day next weekend, so come by and see us. Jess Wells asked if there was a siren at the college. Yes, they've got one there, but it's just basically for the outside, outdoor areas of the college campus itself. It's not a very long distance siren. Yeah, so Trisha asked if the tornado watch went out on the NOAA radios. Yes, it did. Mine's sitting here flashing at me right now with the watch information still. So make sure you're on a good channel. If you can't get a good signal, that may be why it may not be alerting. So actually listen to the audio broadcast to make sure you're on the strongest channel that you can get. We've got that info posted up on the page as far as like where the transmitters are and what channels they're on. Make sure that you've got the strongest one tuned in, so we'll get the alert pages when they come through. Storms, the main line should be through here probably around close to 11 p to midnight or so. When you ask a good question, if the tornado ingredients were trending weaker or lower, they are trending down a little bit, it looks like to me, because we're not seeing that storm genesis to our southwest or whatever coming up through Mississippi. Although areas of Mississippi are seeing some of that in central Mississippi, so we'll just kind of have to wait and see if that keeps trending upwards, because they put out a mesoscale discussion down south earlier. And said that they may need to expand the watch, and it looks like they did down there. So, yeah, it's at this point where I think we're going to wait and see, but no, it doesn't look like we're just loaded down with ingredients or anything at all. The Kate values, the potential energy things, were looking fairly low earlier. Erica was asking, sounds like the tornado potential is most likely between 11 and 12. Yes, or any storms that happen to break out ahead of this. So if we've got our kind of just rain that's going on right here, you can see, look at this. It was doing a little bit better further to the south, and as it comes into that Middle Tennessee atmospheric environment, seems like it's the colors go down. It's not as red as it was a minute ago, and that's it weakening a little bit, and that's what we want to see because it's indicative that the atmosphere is not just overly ripe. It's not firing off storms left and right. So as long as we don't see any storms that pop up out ahead of our line here or between now and then, that definitely bodes better for us. Yep. Jordan's got an app for a phone to listen for watches and warnings. That's definitely a great way to do it. There's all kinds of apps. There's text messaging services that you can sign up for. NOAA radios, broadcast local media, old school broadcast radio usually does them on your local stations. So check those out if you have no other options. There's definitely something out there that will work. Ashley asked a good question too. So the polygon shapes, you can see kind of here with the dynamic ones that are moving. They are, yes, shaped as far as like the direction of travel and the speed of the tornado. So how long they are is kind of how fast those storms are moving, or how well established that storm is, or they feel confident putting it out that far. And then anywhere in that shape as it fans out, that's kind of the expected travel area, if you will. So the red meaning a tornado warning, and then the polygon shape, yeah, is the rough area and the direction of travel that it's moving in. You can kind of see as these are issued and as they go on, that main part of the storm kind of stays in that box, and then the back part of it's get trimmed off, and then as it goes and develops, newer ones get issued out ahead of it if need be, or canceled off. So yep, great question. You can roughly tell which direction it's going by looking at the polygon. Correct. Let's see. I'm connected to the 162.425 channel, but we can have a look at it real quick. See. Let's pipe the audio in real quick.
In Nashville at 7 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees. Dew point was 58.
I'll leave that kind of lower in the background so y'all can hear me over it, but it's kind of still there in the background. I'll turn it down a little bit lower just so it's there, so in case anything gets toned, but it should repeat it every now and then, like a tornado watch remains in effect until blah 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 blah. It'll only do that tone sequence like once.
Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 66. Dixon, cloudy, 64.
71 to Noking gusts cause a tornado. Wind gusts, if they're not going in the same direction or if it's in like in conflict with the thunderstorm relative winds, it can, yes. There's always air moving really fast in the jet stream winds, you know, in the upper atmosphere that's going around us all the time. But when thunderstorms are able to kind of climb up and get tall and get that classic anvil looking shape to them, they can tap into those winds, yes, and those upper level gusts can make the situation worse and feed those tornado producing mesocyclones.
50. Shelbyville, cloudy, 63.
Angela, tornado near Paris, Tennessee, looks like it's I don't think they'll see anything confirmed yet as far as I can see on the radar. I think they're all radar indicated rotation, I believe.
Nashville, cloudy, 66.
Yeah, it looks like they're all radar indicated to me.
Chattanooga, cloudy, 54. Jackson, cloudy, 70. Knoxville, cloudy, 47.
They're definitely rotating. I'm looking at them here through the Hopkinsville radar and the Paducah radar and the Memphis radar, and yeah, they're definitely rotating. Especially that one right there along Paris, like it's really rotating. So tell Sis she definitely needs to be in her spot because it's rolling 1-inch hail.
Birmingham, cloudy, 68. Atlanta,
Yeah, it's got pretty
again, conditions at Nashville.
pretty good rotation there. It's pretty deep, pretty wide.
You are listening to NOAA Weather Radio. All hazards. The voice of the
Yeah, definitely pretty good rotation there, I would say. Let's swap over to our radar scope. We'll have a look at that again while we're talking.
The broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office near Nashville. Here is the forecast.
All right, so here comes radar scope. Have a look at this. Well, I'm going to take the labels off. So Paris, Tennessee is going to be right in here. So
Tornado Watch 9 in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. Tonight.
take that off. Look at the Paducah radar.
Showers and chance of thunderstorms late in the evening.
Look at our 2-panel.
Thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with
Come on.
rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible.
Why is it not loading in?
Lows in the mid-30s.
There we go. So you can see where the reds and the blues are meeting right around in here. Definitely a lot of rotation there for sure. Storm relative. Let me look at just the base velocity if we can get it to load.
Sunday, much colder.
It wasn't wanting to a second ago. I don't know why it's running so slow.
Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday night, colder. Mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly
But
cloudy.
yeah, you can see, so we'll kind of talk about this here real quick. You can see where the rotation is here. This is the wind, and then this is the rain and everything here on the left. When it's get that kind of curl back in, combo looking with these notches in it, that's kind of one of the things we look for. Like when we talked about saw teeth earlier, like on the leading edge of storms, that's what that's doing. So that's air being sucked into the storm as far as inflow goes right through here. And then as the air is coming around, it gets sucked back in. That's what caused this notch in the storm itself. And then the reds are going back towards the radar, and that's where you get that color meeting right there in the center. So yeah, tornado is almost, if there is one, don't see anything to 100% confirm it or not, but if there is one there, it looks like it would be very close to Paris. I don't see a well-defined enough signature drop in correlation coefficient to call it a tornado, but there's definitely some pretty hefty rotation there, and kind of all up and down that line around McKenzie, all the way down to Humboldt and Jackson. So again, this is that same part of the line that we are expecting to see. Just back it out there a little bit, you can see here we are with the captain label, and it's steadily moving its way this way, but it's moving about as far north as it is northeast, so it's kind of sliding up at that angle, and that herein lies the tricky part with the storms, the winds, and kind of the angle that it's moving at. So these are hard to forecast because what we're eventually going to end up with basically still sliding somewhere down there in Mississippi still, so it's not any of this stuff. We can just kind of gauge and see what may be similar, what we can expect as far as what it's been doing. So that's why we kind of show you the other parts. I know people are probably thinking, well, that's not here, why are you showing us this? That's why, is because it can help us kind of learn what to expect, or how similar our atmosphere maybe to West Tennessee's, which it does not look like it is near as unstable. There's near as much ingredients in our atmosphere here locally as there was and is still in West Tennessee, which again was as expected. So we knew they would have it a little bit worse than us, but we wanted to watch those storms come on through and see how everything lays.
Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may run.
And then yeah, we're also on Twitter, X, or whichever y'all as well, so definitely give us a follow there too. It's at Bad Karma Chasing. If you just search Weather Down in Muletown, you'll see us. It's my old Twitter handle from those day one folks of y'all that'll know us from way back in the day is Bad Karma Chasing.
Flood, you should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take
right.
Flooding develop. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected? Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts at 370.0 feet in Decatur County. The boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beachview Drive.
Logan, yeah, it wasn't very far away from Martin at all. The one that we were talking about specifically was already north of Martin, kind of already past you, but there's still like that. A lot of those storms along the leading edge are doing that basically. So definitely be careful. Watch those and make sure if you get any warnings, you're definitely paying attention to those.
Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet.
Christina's in Dixon, heading to Prim Springs. It's probably about another 3 hours or so, maybe a little bit less, before you can be expected to be closer to Dixon. 'Cause we're about 11 to midnight here, so yeah, I would say probably between 9 and 11 for Dixon, Prim Springs, Hickman County area. Linda's husband's coming home until 10:45. Yeah, he's going to be driving through this, Linda, so definitely see if he can leave a little bit earlier or try to wait it out and let it get a little bit past him, sit and chill in the parking lot or whatever for about 30 and see if he can get the worst of it past him and then head out.
Strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects.
Right. JC wants to know if there's any confirmed tornadoes happening currently. No, none of these are confirmed in Tennessee yet. Do not see anything to confirm them on radar, and they have not been confirmed by the NWS office in Memphis yet.
1.66 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 56. Crossville.
But that one in Paris would not surprise me if there was not a tornado associated with it. Would not surprise me at all.
Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg.
It's definitely looking good still.
Lebanon, mostly cloudy, 64.
I don't see any drop in correlation coefficient or anything, like I said, that I'm close enough to tell, but base velocity and storm relative are both looking pretty good from all of the radars and triangulation. So if you ever think you see rotation and thunderstorm or anything like that on the radar, you want to look at like 3 radars, as many as you can, and get a view on it from like north, south, east, west, as much as you can, and kind of confirm that rotation on all of the radars and make sure it's not some kind of artifact, or just make sure you're seeing what you're seeing, basically. I know a lot of folks send screenshots or stuff like that, or pictures to us, or chat messages and say, hey, what does this look like, or hey, what about this? That's my best advice, is always just confirm it and go in and look at multiple places and make sure everything you're seeing adds up to what you think you're seeing, and confirm it.
Heavy rain, 61. Tri-Cities, cloudy, 46. Across the region, Louisville, heavy rain, 49.
And then again, y'all, if y'all have any questions, comments, go ahead and keep those coming in the comments there. You can see those popping up on screen.
Paducah, light rain, 50. Birmingham, cloudy, 68.
Drew wants to know, just for hobbyists and beginners and stuff, do you have any recommendations on free or low-cost software to play around with? Yeah, absolutely. I was once there too as well, and I mean, this is still just basically just a big hobby to us now. So I use well, until today, recently, until my plugin stopped working, OBS Studio. It's free. There's a lot of free stuff that you can go out there as far as finding like data sources and being able to stream. You can get it started for a couple $100, get yourself a decent camera and a lot of free software. And yeah, absolutely. Radar software that we've got is all pay stuff, but there's lots of websites out there that are like kind of console based that you can check out with, and a lot of other stuff that are just ad supported, that you could go and check out free versions. Martin's still got a while to go. It looks like still Dalton. It's still a bit of storm there, but it should be past here not too long from now.
Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenning, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davis.
Yeah, the squall line is definitely coming, Mike. Yeah, and it's definitely those cells that happen to spin up ahead of the line, right along with the line, that we're worried about the most, as well as any embedded circulations within the line. Absolutely correct. Isabel wants to know how long we're staying on here to keep us calm and updated. As long as need be. So generally what I do with these situations is, as long as the watch is active, even if I'm not on here talking, I'll try to have the comments up on the screen, the NOAA audio there in the background, and the radar up on a loop like this, to let everybody know what's going on. But generally we try to keep our coverage going as long as need be.
Amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later.
I mean, it looks like a lot of the tornado warnings are getting canceled off. I think it's just that one that was right there around Paris heading into Montgomery County right now. I think the rest of them have been downgraded in severe thunderstorm warnings. I think Jackson just got issued one, though, other than that.
River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts at 370.0.
So everybody asking about like specific places like Lawrenceburg, Mount Pleasant, Culleoka, Santa Fe. When we say like Middle Tennessee, we're talking about y'all. It's everywhere in Middle Tennessee. And then, like I said, that's why we're saying it like that, just so we can cover as many places at once with just the fewest amount of words. So, like I said, we're being vague on purpose. Sorry, y'all. But yeah, when we say like Murray County, we're talking about, Columbia, Culleoka, Mount Pleasant. When we say, southern Middle Tennessee, we're talking about like Murray, Lawrence, Giles, Hickman, Lewis, Marshall. We're talking, like the whole kind of surrounding area.
Possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage.
Yeah, Kelly, for those of y'all joining us, I'm going to go back over everything here at the top and everything. And make sure we cover all the fun stuff and all the pertinence as well too. So yeah, definitely just bear with us here just a minute. We'll sweep back around to all of that. Definitely want to make sure we cover the pertinence.
Northern Alabama and southern middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 7 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 80.
All right, so yeah, we'll go do our loop back to the top. So currently 65 degrees in Sunnyside, live, wind 18 miles an hour from the south. Dew point 61, pressure 29.4, and falling of just short of 0.4 of an inch of rain here so far today. We have some lightning. Looks like we haven't had any lightning in about 9 hours, but so far about 12 strikes on the day as far as that goes. So still got that level 2 out of 5, close to the 3 out of 5. Storm outlook for today, and again, it's mainly going to be those damaging winds and possibly some tornadoes, but again, wind the biggest threat there. We are under tornado watch number 9 in effect until 1 a.m. Few tornadoes possible, isolated large hail up to ping pong ball size, and then scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Again, that looks like it's going to be the biggest threat. Spin-ups, again, always are possible when we have what we call these QLCS, the quasi-linear storm lines coming through. And those brief circulation tornadoes will always be possible with those. It's just the nature of the beast. And again, there is the aforementioned probability percentages of a tornado within 25 miles of any point right there. So that's what that means. 25 miles of a point, pick the point between your feet. You can say you have this probability of a tornado being within 25 miles of you that day, this time, whatever. Wind threat again there, closer to the red and the hatched area there with the dashes and stuff. That's what we're mainly concerned with as we go throughout the evening is going to be the wind threat, and then obviously any of those storms that do get rotating enough to take advantage of that. But then still with the flooding threat looking at it as well too. So we do have that flood watch in effect from now on into 12 p.m. noon on Sunday. So again, tornado watch literally means watch out. Promise, kindergartners can remember it, so can y'all, because that's literally what we teach kindergartners. Watch means watch out. Warning means it's happening right now. So either somebody has seen it, law enforcement, spotters, emergency managers, somebody like that, or we can detect it on radar and confirm it via multiple ways. So again, know your safe place for tornadoes. Interior most room of your house. No windows, no doors. Preferably, if you can, bathrooms are a good place. Under stairs, hallways. Grab some blankets, pillows, flashlights, no radios, whatever you need, and go ahead and get that stocked up ahead of time, just in case. That way, it's all ready to go. Obviously, when you need it. So definitely stay frosty there, and we'll keep you updated of the latest breaking weather news and developments if there are any warnings issued and associated with this severe weather that we are expecting. So gonna take a quick break here just for a minute, wet my whistle, grab something to drink, stretch a little bit, top off my nicotine levels, and we will be right back.
Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When, through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://wweather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected? Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts at 370.0 feet in Decatur County. The boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beach View Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, began to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive began to flood and access may be limited. Additional details: there is no current observed data. Forecast: the river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts: gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 7 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 80%. Winds were south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.66 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 56. Crossville, cloudy, 52. Columbia Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 66. Dixon, cloudy, 64. Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, mostly cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 64. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 63. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 64. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 50. Shelbyville, cloudy, 63. Smyrna, cloudy, 65. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 63 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 63. West Nashville, cloudy, 66. Elsewhere in Tennessee. Chattanooga, cloudy, 54. Jackson, cloudy, 70. Knoxville, cloudy, 47. Memphis, heavy rain, 61. Tri-Cities, cloudy, 46. Across the region. Louisville, heavy rain, 49. Bowling Green, light rain, 63. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 64. Paducah, light rain, 50. Birmingham, cloudy, 68. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 50. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 64 degrees. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 9, effective until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beach View Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area including Peters Landing Road begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 7 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity...
And again, folks, if you're just now joining us, I'm right here with you still at the weather desk, just doing some of the things here in the background, studying, watching things. But Bobby is here in the comment section with us, and I'm trying to keep an eye on things as well, too. So definitely throw it in the comment section if you have any questions or anything like that. We'll try to get to them as we go. And just stick with us here. I'll have the radar up and the NOAA audio at least pretty much as long as the watch is effective. So hang with us here for continuing coverage on weather down in Muletown.
Lebanon, mostly cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 64. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 63. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 64. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 50. Shelbyville, cloudy, 63. Smyrna, cloudy, 65. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 63 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 63. West Nashville, cloudy, 66. Elsewhere in Tennessee, Chattanooga, cloudy, 54. Jackson, cloudy, 70. Knoxville, cloudy, 47. Memphis, heavy rain, 61. Tri-Cities, cloudy, 46. Across the region, Louisville, heavy rain, 49. Bowling Green, light rain, 63. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 64. Paducah, light rain, 50. Birmingham, cloudy, 68. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 50. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 64 degrees. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 9, effective until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenning, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/ Safety/. Flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, All Hazards, the voice of the National Weather Service. This is Station WF 84, located in Lawrence County. The broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office near Nashville. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beachview Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/ Safety/. Flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 8 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 78%. Winds were south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.62 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 63. Crossville, cloudy, 52. Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 64. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 64. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 64. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 52. Shelbyville, mostly cloudy, 63. Smyrna, cloudy, 64. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 63 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 63. West Nashville, cloudy, 66. Elsewhere in Tennessee, Chattanooga, fog, 54. Jackson, thunder and fog were reported, 61. Knoxville, mostly cloudy, 47. Memphis, a thunderstorm, 59. Oak Ridge, cloudy, 51. Tri-Cities, cloudy, 45. Across the region, Louisville, a thunderstorm, 49. Bowling Green, cloudy, 64. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 65. Paducah, rain, 49. Birmingham, cloudy, 67. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 50. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 65 degrees. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 9, effective until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beach View Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 8 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 78%. Winds were south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.62 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 63. Crossville, cloudy, 52. Columbia Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 64. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 64. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 64. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 52. Shelbyville, mostly cloudy, 63. Smyrna, cloudy, 64. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 63 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 63. West Nashville, cloudy, 66. Elsewhere in Tennessee. Chattanooga, fog, 54. Jackson, thunder and fog were reported, 61. Knoxville, mostly cloudy, 47. Memphis, a thunderstorm, 59. Oak Ridge, cloudy, 51. Tri-Cities, cloudy, 45. Across the region. Louisville, a thunderstorm, 49. Bowling Green, cloudy, 64. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 65. Paducah, rain, 49. Birmingham, cloudy, 67. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 50. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 65 degrees. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 9, effective until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following counties in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenning, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fenchurch, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/ Safety/. Flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beachview Drive and the Beach Lake Camp. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In the Cobb Farm area, and low-lying portions, the Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and may be limited. Additional details: there is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Northeast and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. You are listening to more weather radio, all hazards, the voice of the National Weather Service. This is Station W, WF84, located in Lawrence County. The broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office near Nashville. In Nashville at 8 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 78%. Winds were south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.62 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 63. Crossville, cloudy, 52. Columbia Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 64. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64.
All right, sports fans. One thing that we can talk about there, I just had that pulled up a second ago. I forgot that it updated. So, as you can see, Murray County now is officially in the enhanced area. Call it like half of Murray County. So that 3 out of 5 level is the latest update from the SPC about an hour ago. Just forgot to cover that part with you here on the screen. So got that pulled up, and then again, tornado risk, we're kind of right there in between the 10% and the 5%. So it's higher than it sounds, but still not overly high. Biggest concern is just going to be any of those cells that do able to get a decent bit of rotation or circulation. The wind, however, we are right there in the middle of the mid-range 15% and the high-end 30% down here, so that is a little bit closer to us as well as far as that goes, and still pretty minimal on the hail just outside of the 5%. So do have those updates for you there as well from visual folks. And those are the main things there. I think we read part of the... Yeah, I think we read all this as far as the wording of the SPC update. So, yep, nothing new as far as that goes. And again, still here with you all in the background, just doing some stuff here at the weather desk. If you're just joining us, biggest things, we are under that tornado watch until 1 a.m. this morning. So, a few tornadoes possible. Isolated incidents of ping pong ball size hail, and then pretty scattered, maybe some widespread yet to be seen, wind gusts of up to maybe 70 miles per hour or there. So flood watch as well remains in effect until noon Sunday. So along with the lots of wind, we're also going to have a lot of water more than likely to contend with as well. So keep an eye on those trees. If you have large trees around your property, around your house especially, keep an eye on those with the ground being so saturated. It historically doesn't take too much as far as that goes to topple some of those trees, especially if they're older, if they have some older like dead limbs or branches or anything in them. So keep an eye on those for sure. If anybody's got any questions, again, y'all are doing a great job keeping each other entertained in the comments there. I love to see it. Try to pop in and answer them as I can. And then as always, make sure you go like, follow, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. See, we got, looks like about 30 joining us there on YouTube, and just still a little bit over 100 on Facebook. So appreciate y'all sticking with us. Trying to make this entertaining for y'all as possible. At least that's why I throw the Noah on there when I'm not here. I know it's kind of dry, but at least it's something there to know that your audio is not broken, and I'll just be right back, essentially. So again, if you're just joining us, those are the high points. Currently, oh, come on now. Here we go. So there we go. Currently 66 degrees in Columbia. This looks like it actually went up about a degree, a little bit in change. So pressure 29.37 and falling. Dew point is 62, so pretty much well saturated there. Don't have any measurable lightning strikes in the area just yet, but had some earlier today, and then just under about 0.4 of an inch of rain so far on the day. We'll go ahead and roll through the model again one more time. This was a little bit older now as far as the data goes, but this kind of shows you just generally what we're expecting as far as the storms rolling through. Somewhere probably around 11 p.m. and midnight, just depending on where you're listening to me from. Generally along that I-65 corridor area, from like drawing a straight line from like Nashville, Gallatin, Columbia, Giles County straight down. Probably I'd say between 10 and midnight, somewhere is a good bet for sure in that neighborhood. So in addition to the wind and everything, again, we're expecting a fair amount of rainfall as well, especially up there in the circled highlighted area like northwest Middle Tennessee, up around maybe like Waverly, Clarksville, Fort Campbell, around those areas. Looking like they're going to get a lot of rain. So again, we are under that tornado watch until 1 a.m. And definitely need to know the difference. So tornado watch literally means watch out. So conditions are favorable, tornadoes are possible. The warning means exactly what it sounds like. So it's a warning. So right now you need to take shelter, take cover, because a tornado has been indicated by radar or has been spotted from some source, basically. So safe place for tornadoes. Always make sure you know where your safe space is ahead of time. That way, if you need to go to it quickly, you can go ahead and do that. No top floors, anything like that. Windows, unnecessary doors, exterior rooms. I want to avoid those if at all possible. Interior room, best way to go. And then underground, basement, storm cellar, or something like that under some stairs is the best way to go about that. And then lightning as well too. Make sure you're avoiding the lightning. Some of these storms look like they're putting off a fairly decent bit in some of the heavier ones up here. Let's have a look. Yeah, so pretty decent amount of lightning coming off this still here. Let's look at it. Get our storm motion there and have a look at it side by side. Yeah, it's got some rotation in it too, it would appear. So, and again, this is not heading towards Columbia. Columbia's back over here. So we're looking at this cell. Looks like Camden, Lexington, Huntington. I forget what county that is. Henderson, Benton, Carroll, Madison. Okay, so yeah. Over here in right just along Tennessee River boundary. So, yeah, just looking at these storms, kind of get an idea as to what maybe we can expect when they come through, how they're interacting with the atmosphere, and putting down a lot of lightning as well, maybe some 1-inch hail there. This one looks like it's probably a good candidate to get a 3D slice of. So those of you who have never seen that, it's a nifty little technology we've got here. We can go and look at this section of the line in 3D. Let's take that full screen. Going to look at that section in 3D and see that. You can see the hail core in there, those darker colors. Go ahead and we can accentuate those here a little bit. And look at, yep, so there's our hail core. You can kind of see that right there. So that heavier, high preset part of the storm, and those purple returns coming back there looking like they are pretty strong. As far as that goes. So again, pretty heavy storms, pretty heavy rain coming down in some of these places. Keeping an eye on the wind. Again, I know that doesn't look like much to you. It's just kind of the wind profile as far as it's going. It's a little bit too far out, far from the radar. But as you see, it does have looks like a little bit of inflow coming here into the storms. What that green you see is if you're used to, like looking at everything back this way, and the 1D, you can see kind of where that wraps around there into that part of the storm is kind of where it's getting inflow, and that's how it's breathing. See our rotation algorithm picking up on a little bit maybe of rotation there, but definitely a nifty little trick here that we've got at WeatherDown in Muletown with our Storm Doppler 3D. So pretty neat little trick. See, we can scan that other section. I think that was the section that was actually rotating. It looked like it was a second ago. Let's get maybe a tighter scan on it. Oh, cut it in half for some reason. There we go. So you can see those high returns there. And then I think we make sure we got our storm motion correct. So you can see a little bit there. That's where that updraft is. So we talk about like updrafts, funnel clouds, tornadoes, hail. You can see a little bit there. That's where it's starting to tap up or trying to tap up into those higher level winds here in the atmosphere. You can see these are about 45,000 feet is where that cloud top is. So pretty high on up there. And that's where that rotation algorithm hits coming from right there, it looks like. So pretty neat little tool that we got there. You can see the hail core again right there. Kind of go through and slice apart the storm and see those darker colors right there, especially right around in there, looking like that hail core. So pretty neat trick, being able to slice up a storm and have a look at it like that in all its glory. So I will look at this section further down the line here, see if we can see any characteristic parts of the storm. You can see the updraft still from the other storm over here in the background, but I think it's probably just going to be too far away to get a good enough radar picture on that without swapping radars. Let's see if the Campbell's got a better view of it. I think Memphis is still going to be just a bit far. It's not bad. Yeah, I'll probably swap to Fort Campbell real quick. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, so you can see the updraft on this one. So, this is out of the Fort Campbell radar site. It's looking at that same series of the lines. So you can see there's Camden over here, Huntington, Waverly. You can kind of see this. So when you're looking at the storm and everybody sends all the cool pictures of row cloud, you can actually kind of see this is what you're looking at. So you can kind of see the top part of the clouds there, the wispiness. Just imagine this being the gray soup, and I mean that's pretty much how it looks as it's rolling up towards you. And we can take this and slice it and go in and have a look at our hail core, see if there's any hail showing up there. Looks like there more than likely is. Yep, so you can see it right there. And that heavier updraft is probably where our updraft is. We'll go ahead and confirm that here in just a second. And have a look at our storm relative. Ooh, yeah, you can actually see right there is your updraft. So that higher return in the blue, and you can kind of see it almost looks like a tornado reaching down there to the ground itself. That's going to be our updraft. So you can see it right there. And yeah, we get a corresponding inrot spike as well too. So actually a decent little bit of rotation being picked up on this storm. See if I can clean this up a little bit. Yep, so you can see there's the updraft column right there. It's going to be your updraft. So cool looking stuff. Love our 3D tools that we have here. see. Yeah, that one seems like that was the best one. So yeah, you can really see that updraft there on that section of the storm. So nifty little trick that we've got there to help us out. Yeah, that's so neat. So that is, like I said, that data coming out of the Fort Campbell radar site. Looks like it's still pretty spot. Yeah, on the, yeah, buddy. Not as intense there, but yeah, definitely some rotation to that little guy. For sure. You can kind of see it interacting there. And again, probably a nice little hail core in there as well too. So 1-inch hail more than likely, 1.3-inch hail from what it's saying from the algorithm. So I'm back this out again. Stop playing for a minute, kind of let y'all get your bearings back, throw it in motion. Still, again, waiting on those storms to approach the Muletown area. That's about all it is in the waiting game, but as you've seen down here in our empty space, we're not seeing really any of those storms pop up. The rain that we do kind of get coming up from that area is get into our atmosphere and fizzling, so that's a good sign there as far as we're not able to maintain like storm genesis or recycling or anything like that. So that bodes well as far as the not having overly severe conditions. So be keeping an eye on the wind and again the flooding, and definitely let us know what you all are seeing out there. Give us those reports when it starts coming in, especially if you're seeing like any trees down, lines down, power outages, any kind of damage or anything like that. Obviously don't put yourself at risk, but let us know, get us a picture if you can, and let us know where you're at. So like a cross street neighborhood like Sunnyside, Willow Lake, Bel Air, Shantae or something like that, and again gold points and brownie stars for anybody who uses GPS coordinates. Mike, yeah, great question. Microbursts may very well be a concern, especially if some of these storms do get that heavier precip built up and start to get that updraft maintained and can't maintain it for long enough or it collapses on itself. That's definitely a concern for sure. Most scared I've ever been, any kind of chasing or anything, didn't have anything to do with tornadoes or anything. I was actually in a microburst and it scared the bejesus out of us because we were going south or going east 1 minute and then we're going west somehow the next minute, and I never turned the wheel. So it was definitely intense. And the only time I've ever been struck by lightning, we weren't even chasing. It was in the middle of like this time of year, like February, but it wasn't even like storming. It was drizzling. It was crazy. So just goes to show, you never know. Lakewood area, Stewart County got some nickel-sized hail. I can believe that. So that's about 3/4 of an inch, 0.75 hail. I think I've got that hail size chart too. I need to throw that up here so you all can know, because I almost said something a second ago about the reporting criteria. So over 60 mile an hour winds, obviously we want to know about that. Any damage, funnel clouds, lightning strikes to structures, any kind of fun stuff like that, we definitely want to know about. That is a good reporting criteria. We pass some things along to the NWS that you all tell us. So again, that's why we're asking on some of these things. Then again, that's why it helps us if we know your exact location, like down to a cross street or something, or GPS position, or just rough location at least, so we know exactly where you are doing this reporting at, and that way NWS can go back, look at the radar, look at the conditions, look at the forecasts, and kind of go through and continuously improve things. So that's what it's all about, and that way if we see something on the radar and we can confirm it with one of you all's what we call ground truth, and that helps the NWS with warnings as well too. You can say, hey, I'm seeing this funnel cloud right now in southern Columbia because the radar down here is looking about 4,000 feet in the air above us, so it doesn't actually see what's happening at the low levels of the storm. So that ground truth can definitely help out the NWS from time to time as well too. So here are the hail reporting criteria. So I've got it all kind of referenced to like normal objects or common objects. I'll get that pulled up here. There we go. So again, you can see different kind of objects there and their relative sizes. The reporting criteria on that is anything that's 3/4 inch or greater. So about penny-sized hail, nickel-sized hail, right around there is the reporting threshold. So anything more than that we want to know about. If it's coming, like pea-sized hail or some small like something like that, definitely like say, hey, let us know. But it's actually severe criteria, so they won't be issuing a warning for that. But again, just helps us out with the ground truth. And then obviously you go up bigger, about 1.25 inch, golf balls 1 3/4, and then baseballs right there just short of 3 inches. So pretty big, and especially if that stuff's moving at 70 miles an hour, it can ruin your day fairly quickly. So definitely beware of the hail and let us know if you're seeing any of that, and if we get any severe thunderstorm warnings here in a bit. Just go ahead and assume that those may have some hail in them, although the threat isn't overly high right now. All right, looks like severe thunders, or the Storm Prediction Center just put out a new mesoscale discussions, but it's to our south, so it looks like the tornado watch will likely be issued downstream of the one to our south into northern Alabama, portions of central and western Alabama soon, it appears. So no, nothing outside the expectations there as far as that goes. Haven't looked at the latest NATO cast runs. Let me have a look at those. I'm going to share those with you all in Chitty Chat. All right, yeah, this looks like they're not out yet. It's still got the 18 Zulus. Pretty sure I posted all those, didn't I, y'all? I think I did. Let me look at the page. Yeah, 18 Zulu NATO cast models are posted to the page for my visual peeps. And again, welcome to all of our new subscribers, followers, everybody else in the comment section there in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome. This is a community. You'll find some helpful regulars in the comments, as well as your neighbors and your moderators, because we're all here from the same area. We're all here for the same reason, and we try to keep it a community space like that. So help each other out. All of those fun things. When we get busy, we're not able to do this moderating thing and question answering as much as we like to and as much as we do at other times. So, excuse me. There will be regulars and helpful fans, top followers, looking for those folks with the anniversary badges on there that will help you out in the comments, because a lot of people are usually asking the same questions. So check the comment section. You can sort it by newest. That will help too sometimes, and you can see somebody's probably already asked the question you have, or the answer you're looking for maybe in the post already. So sorry again, try to look at all the comments even after this stuff's over. I try to go through all like the hundreds and the thousands of comments and stuff, and try to at least like everybody's comments, so you know that somebody saw it and that we care about your comment, so, or your question or your concerns or etc. All right, so hey, we also just passed 25,800 followers as well too, so pat yourselves on the back there, guys and gals and folks. May have to do like a weather radio giveaway or something again soon, because we've had a couple of milestones there that we haven't got to make as big of a deal of, so definitely look into that soon. Got some swag in the works, so I may have to give away like some t-shirts, maybe a hoodie or something like that, weather radio, some spring goodies. Boppy is the creative one there, so we'll leave that up to her. But I know we've got some things in the way as far as maybe like some merch and some swag and some stuff, so I have to give a little bit of that away, trial some things out, let you see what we got, let your friends and your fam see, send us a picture, tag us on social media or something, you out wearing it at the mall or something, or whatever the cool kids do these days. Hey, well, happy birthday, John Ross, turning 36 today. Happy birthday, my brother. Ryan's asking which atmosphere conditions that I think were more unstable, the May tornadoes or tonight? For sure, by far, the May tornadoes. Tonight, like I said, we're maybe, like if you just like twisting my arm and making me put a number on it, like a 20 or 30% chance out of 10 scale severe weather. So we're right there technically in the 3 out of 5 on this categorical risks. I mean, overall, that's, I would say, like a 60% risk, but most of that is going to be rain and wind. Tornado threat is not high, I believe, as some of the model guidance was thinking it may be. But again, it's not just quite here yet either. We're still looking and keeping a close eye on things as they come up from northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, in that area. And straight wind can be just as bad as weak tornado. So, straight line winds can easily be, EF0, EF1 damage level, 100 mile an hour wind straight line is nothing that's out of the question. Erica, yeah, she had a great point. Says it seems to intensify the taper off once it hits Murray. Yep, usually right along the time it's coming across the Tennessee River. I don't know what it is about that river, but it does something to the storms, and they just can't. Usually, if they come across the Tennessee River, they fizzle out right around there. And when we get our craziness storms, it usually comes up from the south direction or so. That's when we get the crazy stuff like May tornado, as it's usually coming from that direction out of Lawrence County. It's a lot flatter down there. And then we have the snow dome that we talk about all the time. So Murray County and the surrounding area sits in the Cumberland Basin. So we're kind of in like a hole. I think it's Cumberland Basin. It's some kind of basin. Don't quote me on that part. But we're basically sitting in a bowl, and I think that helps out a lot with that. But it's an old wives' tale or myth that tornadoes don't jump hills or valleys. So I've had people say that, I don't worry about it, live up on a hill. It can help, but there's was for a long time, for 20 years after the fact, a scar right there along Highway 100 and Perry County and Linden, where an F4 went up and down a big hill in a valley and actually killed somebody. I think a couple people, actually. So lots of myths and misunderstandings out there about tornadoes. If I ever get better at video editing, creative design, and stuff like that, I want to go in and make some educational stuff on YouTube, like some shorts about how tornadoes work, how updrafts work, how hurricanes form, El Nino, La Nina, climate stuff, myths and myth bustings, and maybe like launch some 2x4s through stuff. So I think that would be cool. Should have been a Mythbuster anyway. My real name, for those of you that know me, was one of the Mythbusters' names. So I think I could have pulled it off. I was just born about 15 or 20 years too late. Jerica's excited about the swag. I am too. I think we're going to get some couple of demos and samples made with a local company here, so we should have those in hand soon. And if it goes off pretty well, I may go in and launch a web store to where you can go in and kind of like view the logo or the pattern or the design or whatever on different items. So if you want a hat and a hoodie and a purse and a koozie or a onesie, you can go in and make all that stuff and do that. So I'm going to look at a couple of different options there. Just try to keep the overhead low so we don't have to order a bunch of stuff basically on the front end. We want to kind of avoid that, but we want to have some stuff on hand too. We can give them away or out and about. We have an impromptu rock concert. We can just throw some out of the crowd, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, JC, I don't know that the NWS would be interested about the neighbor that's up in the trees with binoculars, but the sheriff's office would be, I could assure you. Karen, we actually don't have the merch store set up yet. That's one of the things I'm working on. I'm in the process of building us a website, and that is going to be one of the components that's there. Right now, we're literally just kind of working with our designer and getting the first run of like the first batch of concepts of the stuff done. But we should be having some of that rolled out hopefully by the end of the spring for sure. Andrew Badgick, yeah, was asking about tornado threat. Yeah, I would say it's not currently as high as it was looking earlier. Still looking at that wind damage threat and maybe some embedded circulations within this line that's coming through, but it does not look as high as it was anticipated to be originally. No. So if you guys wondering about summertime and what time they would see storms, pretty much all of, like, if you drew a line from north of Nashville all the way through like 65 corridor, Williamson County, Murray County, Lawrence, Giles counties, probably I would say 10 to midnight on the arrival of the storms. Probably say around 11 is where I'm shooting for there, but 10 to midnight or so for sure. And they should be clearing out by about 2-ish. Although there may be a second round of sub-severe storms, just some rain, continuing on through about daylight after a little break after this first line that comes through, though. So have that tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. So we'll likely be here with you for a while this evening. I doubt it'll go all the way to 1. They'll usually start canceling off counties as the line comes through. So we'll probably at least stick it out with you here for, I'd say, probably to midnight anyway or so. But if we're not seeing any warnings or anything, and they'll go ahead and lapse that watch or cancel it early, I would even possibly imagine too. So somewhere around that time, I would say we should be good. And if things are just really starting to have all the punch taken out of it beforehand, I'll let you guys know, hey, I think this is it. And pretty much call the all clear and just enjoy the sleeping rain from then on out. So other than that, though, how y'all doing? How y'all been? Went a while there where we weren't talking for a while, and then seems like we talk all the time now out of nowhere. So hope y'all been doing great. Like I said, busy here, busy there. Just all over the place. Got lots of things going on that we're trying to do here on the backside of things that are kind of on the behind the scenes at times, and not necessarily in the foreground all the time. But we're doing lots of things, improve the experience, improve some of the finances and things like that around here as well to get the revenue up. And use that to get more equipment, look more professional, bring y'all better experiences and all that fun stuff, and be able to help out some local businesses at the same time too. And we appreciate those big monies every time. Appreciate that. It should give you that shout out here in just a second. Another little thing that we're working on. Sometimes those little things take forever to go ahead and set up though, and you put in a couple hours of work for just a little bit of something simple as shouting out Autumn Bailey. Appreciate that. Or Autumn Schrader, excuse me. Appreciate that big money. And then again, for anybody else that does feel so inclined, we definitely appreciate that out. I've got some info up there in our bio and some ways you can go and help us out there as far as that goes. Let's see. Whitney's asking, the warnings expired. No, the watch is still in effect. The warnings are the boxes out here, the polygons. Looks like we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings attached with this line as it's coming through, but all the tornado warnings have expired. Yes, no more red boxes right there. It's just the severe thunderstorm warning boxes over here. The tornado watch is still in effect. To throw that back up there, you can kind of see. It looks like they have started canceling off the western Tennessee county. So you see Memphis has disappeared now. Shelby County is out of the tornado watch. So yellow box is that tornado watch, and it still is in effect until 1 a.m. So just throwing that out there. I just usually keep it turned off so it's not so much of a color assault to everybody's eyeballs. So JC wants to know, random nerdy question, longest we've ever done a live stream. Facebook will automatically kick you off after 8 hours. It times out. I think that's technically the longest that we've done, but I think we've done a couple of marathon sessions back to back. And I want to say there's been a couple of times where we've had a live stream running for the better part of 15 or 16 hours or so, whether I was sitting here in the entire time or talking the entire time or not. But one way or the other, between a couple of events or like bookmark events at the end of the day and beginning of the next day or into all day, with the snow last year comes to mind immediately. I think I was up for about 3 days straight on that one, between a couple of different things and making sure pipes didn't freeze and doing this and forecasting and all that fun stuff. So Not a Titans fan, Caleb. I'm actually a college football fan. Go Vols, Big Orange, bleed orange and white. First pick in the NFL draft, I have no idea. I imagine it will probably be Hunter from Colorado. Ashley's cooking dinner and listening to Family Guy in the background. Hard to go wrong there, Ashley. Our weekend was going pretty great until the babies started testing positive for the junk. So I think my middle girl has got the flu, possibly the Ronas too. So that's great. Was going okay. Miss C and I had a great Valentine's Day. Got some tasty food. And other than that, it was going pretty good until then. So sick babies, but other than that, we're hanging in there. Mia's asking if think this storm threat will weaken before it gets to us. It's quite possible. It's looking like it's not having as much punch as it was earlier for sure. The atmosphere is likely stabilizing a bit too now that the sun's gone down and things are chilling out as far as that goes. Craig, yeah, the audio may be having some issues. I'm working with some stream rate issues and things like that. I'm going to be beefing up our internet infrastructure here locally at the studio. Waiting on our next Facebook distribution to come through. We got a pretty decent size payday coming from Facebook over the January's month of stuff. So once that hits, I'm going to go in and beef up some infrastructure stuff and kind of prove the streaming rate, because unfortunately I'm connected back here in the studio via Wi-Fi right now. So I'm actually going to go in and hardwires everything and get that latency down. And it's the new software as well too. I got to go in and tweak some things. Yeah, Boppy, that was 72 hours. Yeah, I was up, that's 3 days. I was up for right at 3 days. Audio is great on my side. Yeah, check, sometimes it may be the individual connection on that. If it's buffering or making like a distorted sound, Craig, check your quality settings. Facebook's not as great. I think it'll only give you about 2 quality settings, or maybe 3. One kind of like really junky, one maybe kind of HD, and one in the middle. YouTube is a lot better there if you're having issues out of Facebook. So when we go down and do like the street level stuff, you can actually see all of these little lines and streets and not just a gigantic blur like you see on Facebook. So we can actually go down to the street level and you can see, you know, the landmarks around Columbia and such, and actually tell what things are on YouTube. And Facebook kind of messes with you on the resolution there and the audio quality too. So I'm outputting this at just short of 4K, 60 frames a second, so it should be phenomenal. But again, Facebook is just on the sometimes. So check it out if you need to on YouTube. You can do it on the app or on the tablet, or if you have a smart TV, Apple TV, set-top box, Fire Stick, Roku, whatever it is, you can throw us on the big screen as well too. Yeah, Lacey said the feed's always good on YouTube, so that's definitely good to hear. I've got the settings maxed, and YouTube actually accepts it, and Facebook kind of waters it down a little bit on their end. So, it is what it is. I know we've got most of our people on Facebook, but I always try to do that YouTube simulcast to both YouTube and Facebook just to cover everything. So. Yeah, Miss Webster's good. People definitely enjoyed going and talking to her kindergarten class and the others. I don't know who had a bigger blast, me or the kids. So definitely enjoyed that. Gonna have to try to see if we can, if I can get some schedule freed up a little bit because of my job these days and my travel times with having to work here, there, everywhere. It's a little tricky to get the time off to go talk to the kiddos and do the things like that. But we love doing stuff like that, library visits, homeschool, Boy Scouts, civic organ, whatever. We like to talk, and we like to talk about severe weather, storms, and safety, and all that fun stuff. So, right up our alley. All right, folks, I'm going to take a little break here again. These would be kind of like some of the times that I would go in and maybe throw up some of that advertising and stuff, or have something scrolling when we don't have severe weather, like the alert down there at the bottom right now. Just in the meantime, the interim time, maybe something recorded, maybe something on the screen, something a little bit like that. So just where something we can fill the spaces and be able to get some of the revenue from it as well too. But just thought of that just now as a good example of something that we could do. Just here and there, and not get in the way of anything else either. So, all righty then, folks. Like I said, I'll be right back. I'll take a little small commercial break, minus the commercials, and we'll be back with our continuing coverage here on Weather Down in Muletown.
Including tornadoes, large-scale and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fenchurch, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Jackson, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecast and the flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beach View Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Mance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 8 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 58, and the relative humidity was 78%. Winds were south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.62 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, cloudy, 63. Crossville, cloudy, 52. Cloudy, 64. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 63. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 64. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 64. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, All Hazards, the voice of the National Weather Service. This is Station W, WF84, located in Lawrence County. The broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office near Nashville. In Nashville at 9 p.m. Cloudy, the temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 59, and the relative humidity was 81%. Winds were south at 23 miles an hour, gusting to 32. The pressure was 29.58 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, a thunderstorm, 57. Crossville, cloudy, 54. Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 66. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 64. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 66. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 66. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 52. Shelbyville, cloudy, 64. Smyrna, cloudy, 65. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 66 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 64. Elsewhere in Tennessee. Chattanooga, fog, 55. Jackson, thunder, 61. Knoxville, cloudy, 47. Memphis, rain, 57. Oak Ridge, cloudy, 51. Tri-Cities, mostly cloudy, 45. Across the region, Louisville, a thunderstorm, 50. Bowling Green, cloudy, 65. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 66. Paducah, heavy rain, 49. Birmingham, mostly cloudy, 69. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 51. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 65 degrees. The National Weather Service Tornado Watch number 9 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday for the following counties: in Tennessee, Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado Watch number 9 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday for the following counties: in Tennessee, Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beach View Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 9 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 59, and the relative humidity was 81%. Winds were south at 23 miles an hour, gusting to 32. The pressure was 29.58 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, a thunderstorm, 57. Crossville, cloudy, 54. Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 66. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 64. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 66. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 66. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 52. Shelbyville, cloudy, 64. Smyrna, cloudy, 65. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 66 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 64. Elsewhere in Tennessee, Chattanooga, fog, 55. Jackson, thunder, 61. Knoxville, cloudy, 47. Memphis, rain, 57. Oak Ridge, cloudy, 51. Mostly cloudy, 45. Across the region, Louisville, a thunderstorm, 50. Bowling Green, cloudy, 65. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 66. Paducah, heavy rain, 49. Birmingham, mostly cloudy, 69. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 51. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 65 degrees. Here is the forecast for Lawrenceburg, Collinwood, Colioca, Cornwall, and surrounding areas. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday morning. Tornado watch 9 in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. West of tonight, rain showers and chance of thunderstorms late in the evening, then slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with heavy rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible late in the evening. Lows in the mid-30s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, shifting to the west 10 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday, much colder. Cloudy. Highs in the lower 40s. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday night, colder. Mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 20s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles per hour. Washington's birthday, sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-20s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Tuesday night, cloudy. Chance of snow showers and rain showers in the evening, then snow showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 90%. Wednesday, colder. Mostly cloudy. Chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Chance of snow 40%. Wednesday night, colder. Mostly cloudy. Lows around 14. Thursday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Thursday night, partly cloudy. Lows around 11. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows around 18. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado Watch number 9 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday for the following counties: in Tennessee, Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When? Through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain to Middle Tennessee this weekend. Locally, higher amounts of 5 to 7 inches are possible across northwest Middle Tennessee. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. You are listening to NOAA Weather Radio, All Hazards, the voice of the National Weather Service. This is Station WF 84, located in Lawrence County. The broadcast originates from the National Weather Service office near Nashville. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Where? Tennessee River at Clifton. When? From this morning until further notice. Impacts. At 370.0 feet in Decatur County, the boat launch and parking lot areas of Riverstone Marina are flooded. In Wayne County, water begins to flood portions of Beachview Drive and the Beach Lake Campground on Beach Lake Road. In Perry County, access roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, begin to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive begin to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. What? Southwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where? Portions of north central, northeast, and northwest Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. When? From 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday. Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially out vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. In Nashville at 9 p.m. Cloudy. The temperature was 65 degrees, dew point was 59, and the relative humidity was 81%. Winds were south at 23 miles an hour, gusting to 32. The pressure was 29.58 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, a thunderstorm, 57. Crossville, cloudy, 54. Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 66. Dixon, cloudy, 66. Fayetteville, cloudy, 64. Gallatin, cloudy, 64. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 64. Lebanon, cloudy, 64. Lewisburg, cloudy, 66. Livingston, cloudy, 61. McMinnville, cloudy, 64. Murfreesboro, cloudy, 66. Portland, cloudy, 63. Pulaski, cloudy, 64. Rockwood, fog, 52. Shelbyville, cloudy, 64. Smyrna, cloudy, 65. Cookeville, Sparta, cloudy, 59. At Springfield, temperature 66 degrees. Tullahoma, cloudy, 64. Elsewhere in Tennessee, Chattanooga, fog, 55. Jackson, thunder, 61. Knoxville, cloudy, 47. Memphis, rain, 57. Oak Ridge, cloudy, 51. Tri-Cities, mostly cloudy, 45. Across the region, Louisville, a thunderstorm, 50. Bowling Green, cloudy, 65. Huntsville, mostly cloudy, 66. Paducah, heavy rain, 49. Birmingham, mostly cloudy, 69. Atlanta, drizzle and fog were reported, 51. Again, conditions at Nashville, cloudy, 65 degrees. Here is the forecast for Lawrenceburg, Collinwood, Colioca, Hohenwald, and surrounding areas. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday morning. Tornado watch 9 in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. West of tonight, rain showers and chance of thunderstorms late in the evening, then slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with heavy rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible late in the evening. Lows in the mid-30s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, shifting to the west 10 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday, much colder. Cloudy. Highs in the lower 40s. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday night, colder. Mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 20s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles per hour. Washington's birthday, sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-20s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Tuesday night, cloudy. Chance of snow showers and rain showers in the evening, then snow showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 90%. Wednesday, colder. Mostly cloudy. Chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Chance of snow 40%. Wednesday night, colder. Mostly cloudy. Lows around 14. Thursday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Thursday night, partly cloudy. Lows around 11. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows around 18. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado Watch number 9 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday for the following counties in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry.
All right. See, if you're just joining us, folks, welcome on into the stream. Still watching these cells throughout the Middle Tennessee area. Looks like we got some power outages starting to pop up. Let's go ahead and pass those along to you. Looks like you're getting one reported out of countryside.
Locations. Creeks and streams may rise. Additional details.
Susan, yeah, I do. I actually have a green screen here. I'm literally just sitting here in a t-shirt and a shaved and looking all rough, and that's all. I'm not even on cam at the moment, but I've got it all. If we get into like that full outbreak mode and all that other fun stuff, well, I would say fun stuff, I don't mean it like that. Well, if we get into that and I have either Mrs. C or Bobby or someone in here to help me and run like the chair portion of stuff, we can get into that, because I do have all the setup and the lights and the separate camcorder at the green screen, and that's how I use the same green screen for when I'm using my close-ups too. It's just in the background, like farther away. So other than that, the storms, it looks like on the northern end of things, are a little bit heavier. You see the severe thunderstorm warning up here with the black outlines and stuff and the thicker borders. It's one of those that we were talking about the other day. It's a considerable severe thunderstorm. Check those out. I post the differences in some of the things on the differences of what they are, the thresholds with the hail, the wind, things like that, where it gives you the tornado possible threat tag with it. So this isn't a tornado warning, but it's got enough rotation and enough wind in it and stuff, so they're still giving the storm here the tornado possible tag. So, and yeah, you can see what we're talking about there. Going and recalculate this, you can see where that red touches green and that red goes into that hotter orange color there. That's exactly what that's indicating, is the possibility that storm's rotating enough that it could produce a tornado at any moment, even though it's not currently tornado warned. Same here. So, and that's what that black border there and the thicker things denote on that severe thunderstorm warning, versus the one down here that doesn't have one. So when you hear us talk about that, or it's got the destructive or considerable tag to it, that means some extra things. So definitely check that post out on the page if you don't know what I'm talking about, or if you've never heard of that, for sure. So appreciate everybody hanging with us. See a lot of folks still out there on the view counter up at the top of the page on the new little things that we're doing here, as well as the chats. Again, if anybody's got the questions, throw them in there. Been talking back and forth all night, as you see. Scroll through, read them. A couple of questions you may be wondering are probably in there as well. So hanging out and watching the storms as it approach. The southern line, the end of the line, doesn't look it's quite as potent as the northern end, although as it's getting closer into the radar, it's getting a little bit better of a view. So the radar emanates from Old Hickory Lake up here in Nashville, and it goes out in a big cone. So the further as it gets out here, the less accurate it gets, because it's looking farther up away from the ground and into the air in that cone. So we swap around from radars to kind of get the whole picture when we need to. It's just less convenient for TV. But as you see, as it's starting to come into the radar's view, it's either strengthening up or getting a better view of it, and seeing these reds turn into those purples over there. You see our scales over here up the side of the left-hand screen of how intense the radar returns are, and that's where it's showing that the line could be producing some hail, but if not, usually some pretty heavy rain. So hail, it's not really showing up much there as far as the return on the algorithm, so that one's likely just some really heavy rainfall. So if you're out on the road or driving at the moment, definitely take care with the ponding and stuff on the roadways, because it's going to be a lot of precip coming down in a short amount of time with some of these. So rainfall rates on heavier storms, I think NWSA could be an inch, inch and a half an hour. So not going to rain quite that long, but pretty good amount of rain, even if it goes a good like downpour for 30-45 minutes. So definitely be careful of that. Watch for the ponding on the roadways. Never cross a flooded roadway, especially when the depth is unknown. The road bed or anything else under it may not be there anymore, so definitely be careful with that. So right. See, let me check. Haven't seen anything about the tornado watch being extended for you, but I haven't looked at it recently either at the notifications. Looks like it's just till 1 a.m. Sunday is the last update. They put out an update about 27 minutes ago, about 30 minutes ago or so, and we are still in it until 0100 as far as I can tell you on the NWS. Working on still getting our little secret scroll program back up to where we can have like a direct line to all of the folks as far as NWS, broadcast media, and all of those things. It's a really neat tool, so let you know when we have that. Some things we can share, some things can't. But you get the general gist of, hey, NWS is studying this cell, might issue a tornado warning here soon. And then, that gives you a good, couple of minutes before the NWS radio goes off. So it's a really nifty tool to have. In the meantime, I'm got my mini screens going and watching the broadcast media or the Weather Channel or Fox Weather and trolling the Twitter weather and checking out all of the things with the SPC. Looks like a new mesoscale discussion just popped up. Severe threat continues within our weather watch. Line of thunderstorms continue. Well, hold on. Let me show you. Well, I'm just reading it to you. You're all adults. Let's see, where we go. There we go. All right. So yeah, here we go. I'll post this to the page too. Severe threat continues. Circled area. That's us. So I'll do that real quick and get this posted again on the page momentarily. Severe threat continues. Line of thunderstorms tracking east across portions of Middle Tennessee, southern Kentucky. Storms embedded within the line have shown transient rotation with instances of hail up to golf ball and damaging wind. Eastward advancement storms have gone outpacing more unstable air mass. Dew points in the 60s remain far north. However, 00 sounding from Nashville shows low level points distribution of Cape within the profile. Okay, so instability is not optimal across East Tennessee. Dew points in the upper 50s, more common than temperatures cooling. Okay, running out of moisture, cooling down. Okay, good stuff. Shear profiles remain very strong. Deep layer shear around 40-50 knots, 0 to 3 kilometers. Storm relative helicity, so that's pretty decent. Twist 600 meters second square. Okay. Yeah, so despite the decreasingly favorable thermal environment, deep layer shear will likely favor continued organization, risk for damaging wind, even given recent twins elongated with Boeing segments. Embedded tornadoes, mesovortex may still pose a risk. Okay, so yeah, it's windy enough basically, and the wind fields are conflicted enough. There's enough twist, helicity in the atmosphere is what it's saying there, that even though the instability is less than optimal and the kind of moisture, thermodynamic, air, wind, water interaction there with thermodynamics, that it's a whole big other thing about itself to explain. But all of that's less than favorable. But despite all that, the wind is enough to get some of these storms in the more organized and like Boeing segments, when they're talking about that, when it gets like this bowed out kind of whip looking shape to it or so, that's what it's referring to when it's talking about Boeing segments is here. So when you got like that whip kind of shape going down, so that's what it's referring to. And you can see the wind's higher here. You get more of your like rotation profile right along here in your hot spots. as far as that goes, right along these Boeing segments. So like same thing, it looks like there is a little bit here down southwest of Lewis County, Perry County, going in the very tip of northwest Wayne County. Good example right here. So we can have a look at this now that I see this kind of starting to develop a hot spot. You can see right there, it's following it right up that little ripple ridge as far as things go. So let's have a look at this. Yep, you can see it's kind of following this up, and the hot spots there back and forth through its red on green and get into that blue color showing 40 knots, 47, 48, 50 knots away, 19 knots towards base velocity, 39 knots, 40 knots towards 95. That's awesome. So let's put a track on this, make sure it's right. Leading edge. Right. Yep, so it's definitely got a decent little bit of oomph to it there. Use the previous. Yeah, there's a little bit, so we'll have a look at that in 3D. Yeah, looking right there at Clifton, for sure. Let's have a look at that in 3D. It's so far out from the radar is the only problem with this. It's hard to get a good lock on it, but it looks like it may be broad. It's kind of hard to tell again, just we're already looking at so many high levels. Let's have a look at a different tilt. Yeah, it's going all the way up to 2 degrees, and that's getting pretty far out at that point. So yeah, that may be something there too, that one. Let's have a look. I've got Huntsville already pulled up on our other screen. Let's look at Huntsville real quick and swap. And it gives us a little bit better of a southerly view than Nashville does into the storms. We see kind of the same difference right here. Let's reset our... Ooh, too far. Yeah, I don't really like that either. Let's... Trying to get a good calculation on this thing's true path and speed. There we go. So yeah, it's not as bright it was a second ago, doesn't look like, but there's definitely some higher precipitation going down with these cells. For sure, and definitely they've got a lot of base wind with them as well, so I think that's fairly safe to say. Just looking between the different radars like we were talking about earlier to confirm what you're seeing. Getting different views of the storm from certain sides can be extremely beneficial at times. Keep kind of doing this back and forth. Keeping the most updated conditions for it. Keeps the algorithm fresh. Yeah, it was showing a little bit of a hotter spot there the last few scans ago, and now it is backed off a little bit. So yeah, coming up there on between Hohenwald, Flatwoods, Linden, there's a little bit, it looks like, of some broad rotation there, though. Yeah, it's in that stripe. Again, it's kind of like a horizontal trash can kind of rolling down a hill thing we were talking about. When this happens to the extreme form, it's actually called a derecho. Looks all funny, screwed up when you spelled it, so if you've ever seen it, that's probably what it was. And you may have not realized it or didn't know what the word meant, because it definitely is one of those doozies. Sorry about that, folks. Getting a strained voice, so I'm trying to get some tea and stay on top of that. All right. So yeah, definitely coming down some pretty heavy rain. Not seeing any hail indications. There, just definitely some heavy rain and maybe some hail. Again, seeing the updraft there could be enough to support some small hail at least. That is how hail forms. It's kind of like rings of a tree just with ice. You know, obviously you can't see it as much unless it's kind of cloudy, and in some cases you can't actually see it. But as the hail descends and gets sucked back up and descends and gets sucked back up, it kind of builds layers of ice as it rotates and tumbles through the updraft. If it's strong enough to support heavier hail, obviously, the more it builds and the larger the hail gets before it actually does become too large and too heavy and falls from the storm. So pretty neat process. And again, if I ever get enough creative skills these days, I'll promise to make y'all some YouTube shorts and videos and stuff like that, and explain some Illustrator skills of how all this works, because it's actually pretty neat and it's pretty easy, especially if you've ever been in fog or watched the water drain out of a sink or something. It all works the same. Air is a fluid, it's just invisible and not liquidy. But technically, it all works the same. Once you get that, it's a whole lot easier to get your head wrapped around. Are seeing some hail reports in Dixon coming out of that top end of that storm there, though. So it looks like 1 inch hail, so quarter there. Thus, those warnings they're seeing. Actually, that one did expire, so dropping below severe threshold, so that's always a plus. Checking out the reports on weather Twitter at the moment. Kimberly's asking a good question. Should we wait till just before 11 to get in our safe spaces? We should get hopefully some better warning time with that, because it may be, it's still kind of, these are hard to time, like we were talking about earlier, with the way that they're sliding mostly like northeast and barely just kind of trucking east, but still moving at a decent speed. They're hard to time with these kind of linear arrivals, but yeah, I would have it prepared and have it ready to go, because it's looking like we may be a little bit before 11, like 10, 11, because I know it's coming up on 10 now, 8 minutes before the hour. But yeah, I would definitely have it ready and kind of just to go, just in case we do get any of those warnings. Right now, just looking at things, there is a decent, again, bit of wind down there, but do you see the 0.3 inch hail popping up down there? I'm not seeing any reporting and stuff like that coming out of that or anything to justify the warning criteria yet, so I don't want to speculate whether they would issue a warning, but definitely if we do get a warning, or part of this storm just ahead of us gets warned for, like, say, Hickman County, Lewis County, Wayne County, Perry, definitely I would think about, getting stuff ready for sure. Yep, so National Weather Service Office is starting to cancel some of the counties in the tornado watch. Montgomery County around Clarksville, up there in the northwest corner of Tennessee, has been canceled out of that, so that is good news there. Do see multiple reports of flooding coming in around the area, though. It looks like, as well as some hail reports there, so definitely keep an eye on that. So if you have those low creek kind of driveways, or you have to go across some low water crossings, definitely keep an eye on those. Sorry, guys and gals. Sipping some warm tea and doing my best, trying to fight it off, but it's trying to creep in there. Right. So I'm still keeping an eye on the wind fields. Again, looking pretty strong as far as it goes. again, out here, like where my mouse is, or I'm looking at in Linden, so that's still 7,500 feet above ground level where the radar is looking. So, again, that's kind of the tricky part, is we're looking up into the sky right there, but still showing some decent rippling right there along the wind in the front. It's backed off from what it was. It was showing a pretty decent hot spot, but again, that's looking way on up there in the sky, so it's hard to tell 100%. So, still into that tornado watch if you're just joining us again. To recap, until 1 a.m. I'll back this out again and let you have a look and see what's going on. The northern end of things up here towards Kentucky, around the Hoptown area or so, look like it's definitely more for the worst at the moment than the southern line. It's got a decent bit of lightning, pretty good bit of HP high precip storms going down to our west on this part of the line. That's going to eventually slide through here, and just kind of looking at its history and what's going on. Some warning history and a decent bit of lightning down here. Some hail reports in northeastern Mississippi around Tupelo or so, but overall, not the severe development or individual discrete storm development that was forecasted or they thought what we might see. So that's definitely good news as far as that goes. So again, to recap, Nashville Weather Services started to cancel off some of the counties like Montgomery, Stewart, Houston, Humphreys. Looks like those are all getting canceled off of the tornado watch, but it does remain in effect. Let me put that back up. There we go. So let that update so you can see. Turn the radar off for just a second. You can see those counties that have been clipped off from the watch box there. And what we've got still remaining in effect. It's got until 1 a.m. So coming up on 3 minutes before 10 p.m. now. So got a couple more hours left, but I imagine that as this front comes through, they'll go ahead and clear off the rest of these counties that are still outstanding once it comes through. So continuing to monitor the situation in the region. This front that's coming through is huge, and this storm system is as well. So we've got snow and other things going on, ice storm conditions, craziness, and then can expect similar cold conditions to follow through once this front does come through. So we'll have about a 30-degree temperature drop over the next 12 hours or so, 14 hours, and then maybe even more of a temperature drop, rude in variety to us southern subtropical folks, and then we have some winter weather to talk about as well too. So that is another story, and we'll get to that once we get done with all this mess. So one thing at a time. But we definitely will be talking about the winter weather coming up next week with this crazy winter stuff thing, season disorder that we've got here in the southern Middle Tennessee, and specifically our little slice of heaven here in good old Muletown. Everybody that's brand new followers, subscribers, appreciate you all. Thanks for joining. Hope you enjoy yourself in the broadcast. Make sure you check out the comment section. You'll find a bunch of helpful nevers and regulars that'll help you out if you have questions, comments, concerns, all that other fun stuff, while we are busy at times like this. But we do try to get to as much of the comments and questions as we can, just as time and volume allow. So appreciate you all joining us. Check out the Facebook page. We're also on X, YouTube, and working on WDiMT.com. Locally, also be sure to check out WDiMT Muletown News, WDiMT Weather Down in Muletown semi-spin-off page, covering local, regional, international, and national news. Been working on my news voice. How'd y'all like it? Let me know in the comments. Anyways, yep, so still looking for damage and anything else kind of ground wise on the weather Twitter, and not seeing as much, so that is great news there. As far as the areas that this storm system's been through already, or going through right now, as far as current reports from EMA, storm spotters, and all that stuff that are plugged in here to the software on my end. Let's see. Trying to get a little bit of a kink here in the wind's not following suit, so that's good. May just be some additional development down here south of Hohenwald, like around Waynesboro right now. Starting to see it pick up some more of that pink color right here. Having another 3D slice since it's getting close enough now, and it looks like it's got a interesting enough and deep of enough profile. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Let's have a look here at the core. Yeah, maybe some hail there. I think it was showing half-inch hail possibly, so not too shabby. Have a look at that full screen so you guys and gals can see it better there, right there at that higher return with those pink colors. It's where it's looking at likely with the hail core, if any we're seeing there. So have a look at that and isolate that. And yeah, it's barely showing up there as might be a hail core, so who knows as far as that goes, but it's definitely showing up as some heavy return, so I would say some heavy rain at the very, very least. Big old fat rain. Don't sue me, Warner Brothers or Paramount or whoever. Promise. I didn't mean it. Big old fat rain. One day it stopped raining. Let's see. Yep, still no warnings, still no damage reports. I don't see anything much more than some hail out there so far, guys and gals. So that's definitely some good news for sure. Make sure and dip back into the comment section here and there as well. So make sure I'm not getting behind and Boppy's getting overwhelmed there. Winds, yeah, picking up seems like most all over the place. I'm clocking 17 miles an hour currently out of the south-southwest. Christina's on the Murray Hickman line, getting pretty windy out here. Yep, still in the watch, Christina. Kira's got some pretty heavy gusts in Columbia as well. Marshall County is not under any warnings, Kimberly. Currently just under that tornado watch until 0100 at 1 o'clock a.m. Emma's got strong winds in Mount Pleasant. Carissa, appreciate you and glad you are following us as well. Rachel in Fairview, coming in about the same, probably just a little bit ahead of time for Columbia, maybe only about 15 or 20 minutes, just since y'all are just geographically, you know, shifted just a little bit more northwest than we are. So just a little bit ahead of us, and probably about the same weather. And right back at you all up there in Fairview. Tracy says the wind's rowdy, not far from here, blowing like crazy. Yep, it's sweeping all this wind in like a broom out ahead of this front, and it's got the wind associated with it. So yeah, it's going to kick up. I think the last 13Z or 01Z, I think, excuse me, model I saw, HRRR had the gusts about 45, 50 miles an hour. This rolls through just with the ambient, so that's, you know, in addition to any storms, it doesn't take much to get that going on up there. Christina, you are very welcome, and we appreciate you. Rachel, you as well. Jessica, appreciate you all joining us and following. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Power outage in Columbia is pretty big, Jessica says. Let me have a look at that. Haven't had a chance to check their outage tracker. Let me have a look at that as we speak. Doesn't look like they've got a whole lot. I see a couple looks like up towards maybe the northern end of things, but right now doesn't look like major stuff going down in the power outage department as far as what CPS was reporting on their map anyway. So Cassandra says, good stream to watch for weather. We appreciate your words and your confidence there. You all are very welcome. Pamela, thank you as well. Yeah, taking the dogs out, says Skipping Gents. Yeah, if you got the puppies or the kitties on a leash, whatever it is that you do there, guinea pig, rabbit, hamster, snake, whatever, go walk them. Get that done right now while it's still windy. Just be careful again about the old proverb about which direction in the wind that you decide to do the nature thing. So use caution there and go ahead and get that done. Looks like it's going to get windier and wetter soon. So strong winds off Williams Fort Pike, says M. Appreciate that. Tasha is going to get rough in Lawrenceburg. It's going to get pretty rainy, pretty windy for sure here in just a second. So let you know and keep you updated if we get any warnings or anything like that. Shannon says power north side doing fine over there, so that's great. Sean, hey boss man, appreciate your reporting, or thanks, love your reporting. Right back at you, brother. Appreciate you joining us. Hope you enjoy the stream. Miss Tammy, you are the best as well. We appreciate you joining us. We do what we do because we love the community, because we live here too. So never be too big for our britches here at WDiMT in Muletown. So we live here as well. So we are neighbors, we are friends. We love y'all right back at you. All right, Donald says WSMV Channel 4 reporting hail in Linden. I can believe that. I was seeing some possible half-inch to quarter-inch, so about nickel to quarter-sized hail signature showing up here on our radar algorithm, and I've got them tuned in to where they're not overly anxious, but don't miss stuff either. So kind of like right in the middle, just sweet in the butter zone, and they seem like they're pretty good most of the time as far as what comes in on the reports on the ground. So I can absolutely believe that. Elliot just turned it in from Culleoka. What time can we expect it to reach Culleoka? Probably still working on that 10 to probably closer to 11 time frame between 10 and midnight. Should be probably cleared out by say 1 or so for sure for most folks. So maybe a small second wave, maybe even some flurries, some crazy stuff, just depending on where you're listening to me from Middle Tennessee. On the back end of that, we'll go ahead and roll some latest model here in just a second and show y'all a little bit of what I'm talking about there on the back side of things. Super windy at Columbia in 65 says autumn. Yep, going to get windier, unfortunately. Donald Taylor, trust you over any weather channel. We appreciate your kind words and your vote of confidence. We always personally got tired of when the national or Nashville weather channels will talk about everybody except little small town Columbia, Tennessee, or Hampshire, or Culleoka, or wherever. And this became a hobby. We always had a passion for the weather. Folks would always ask, hey, what's the weather going to do tomorrow, this weekend? You know, it's the South. It's what we talk about. And this became an easier way to pass the word out and disseminate the the meteorological gospel, and there you go. It's blown up to beyond my wildest imagination since then, and again, just blows our minds on the daily, the love that we get back from you all. And it's definitely a labor of love. Like we said, we love what we do. We do it for the community because we are the community. So, good days, bad days. May 8th, foot of snow. Doesn't matter. We're here for you. We're stuck like good old Southern Murray Strong glue. So, that's it. Stuck with us. We appreciate you, Donald. Appreciate you following and hope you enjoy. Alicia says, what about Howald? Generally the same, so we try to speak vague and stuff on purpose. So when we say, arrival times about this, about 10 to 12, for this kind of slice, we're kind of trying to be as vague as we can just to kind of cover more ground and say, this part of Middle Tennessee or there. And we're talking about when we say, for this part of Tennessee, we'll be talking about multiple places at once, and Howald's about the same, maybe a little bit beforehand. So, otherwise, still right along the lines as the same when we're talking about just generally for southern Middle Tennessee or I-65 corridor or whatever we happen to say. Roger wants to know, any tornadoes anywhere yet? There are a couple of interesting spots that I think would probably need some survey teams in West Tennessee, but I have not seen anything overly convincing on the radar to make me think that there's been anything closer to home here in Middle Tennessee yet. No. Hope, scared here of my young kids' mobile home in Columbia. Hope, mobile homes are just one of those tricky beasts, and you have to do the best you can sometimes. Definitely, if you have them anchored, that's a good thing. Definitely do as much as you can to secure them. It doesn't really help just whole bunches, and it's just the nature of the design, and there's not much you can do to get around it. But be as safe as you can. Try to get in the innermost rooms. Bathrooms are a good idea. If you've got those like fiberglass newfangled tubs or things, take a mattress or some pillows, blankets, extra padding in there, stuff with you. Car seats for the little ones are great. Bicycle helmets are wonderful. Children have been saved by a car seat, and being flung 100 yards in a tornado. So amazing stuff and stories that you wouldn't believe with little small things like that. So definitely helps when we're looking at like a real high risk severe weather event. Definitely grab those car seats out of the car beforehand, strap them babies in them, grab the bicycle helmets, and get them in a safe space and roll with it. So I've got them too. I feel you. So. And the fuzzy things in life. So when I have to put things down and go and do that side of my job, always let y'all know and make sure y'all are doing the same if it's to that point. So yeah, Donald driving during that tornado last time that we called went up Saturn Parkway. I'm glad that you made it through that one, brother, for sure. Driven through enough of them to know that that's not always fun. For everybody. I say that's always fun. That's never fun for anybody in the path of that. But for those of us that can study those that are out in the middle of nowhere, not harming anybody, and the pursuit of the good old-fashioned science of it, it's rewarding to be able to participate in getting the information out and spreading the word and saving lives. You all are very welcome. Caleb wants to know, the storm's looking like they're going to calm down in our area for the tornado risk. Yes. Looks like since the sun goes down, things are reducing. Shannon, same question there. The punch is, a lot of the punch has been taken out of it. It looks like there still is some decent storms going down with this. We'll pause that a little bit a second. You see one of our rotation algorithms picking up there. Just some mild, it's green, so it's kind of color coded, green, yellow, red. Some mild rotation there, but nothing too major, and just kind of what we're expecting as far as that goes when it's coming down this line. We're starting to pick up on some moisture rain starting to pick up out ahead of the front here, but nothing severe, nothing warned yet, just some rain coming through. Looks like catching up close to the sunny side area at the moment here. That's me, so just about on my back door. First couple little waves have gone through. Some rain over in western Columbia near Maple Ash, Tom J. Hitch, Iron Bridge, that side of town, and then up towards Spring Hill, Theta, Santa Fe. You should already be seeing just a little bit of precip coming through in the last couple of minutes, and all the way down to 7 towards the Duck River, Highway 43, 50, Hampshire Pike, northern end of Columbia. So Spring Hill, you shouldn't be far behind from that. Culleoka, it's going to still be a minute for you, just the way it's moving across. Areas of between Mount Pleasant and Culleoka, maybe seeing a little bit coming through there, but not as much for the moment. So still waiting on the majority of it to roll through. Just keep an eye on the wind and things. Looks like some pretty heavy rain coming and probably some gusty winds, but so far no warnings. Everything is all sub-severe, doing good as far as that goes. So I'll throw that back in motion, let you kind of get the general gist and flow of things for the minute. As you see scrolling down there at the bottom, and we'll throw the graphic up here again in just a second. We are still under that tornado watch though until 1 o'clock a.m., but I'm sure they'll end up canceling it before then, as the line's just about getting to the western portions of the Murray County line. Yeah, I've gotten that a lot. Hope. I'm just glad to always help. I've always been one of those calm people, whether it's tornadoes or my foot's on fire or whatever else. Just gift, I guess. And when I'm not so hoarse, it's not as scratchy. So, but again, I'm sipping on some hot tea here in the background between speakings and stuff, and showing y'all different graphics and trying to not lose my voice. And again, that's why I'm not on mic, so, or on cam, so the audio will have to do. Just hoping to avoid the sickness, sick babies and stuff in the house, so that's going to be a big enough challenge as it is. So hopefully the weather will cooperate for a couple of days for us. We get to do a lot of behind the scenes stuff in the forecasting side of things, talking about this severe weather, followed by the winter weather, which is, just right up the alley for Tennessee weather. Yeah, so looks like our end of the line should be about, just looking at the latest HRRR, it's still running, it's almost done, but looks like about midnight, 1 a.m., cleared by 1:30, 2 a.m. for sure. Just the way it's moving, it's always difficult for the models to crunch and get exactly just a good beat on, but it's like midnight to 1 a.m. is looking like a pretty sure bet as having it here. If not, like I said, a little bit of a fill in before with some of this stuff that's coming off of the line. These aren't necessarily breaking out ahead of the line. This is just coming off of the line, basically, and getting heavier as far as what like Mount Pleasant's seeing right now. Mount Pleasant, Hampshire, picking up some heavier rain, but nothing still that's qualifying as like discrete cells breaking out, like supercells way out ahead of the line. So this is just kind of stuff that's bubbling up off of it and undergoing convection and getting sucked in, basically. So let's look. Yeah, and even the last couple of model runs, it's showing the kind of the ribbon or stripe that's kind of the heavier precip down the center of it, going way into like a weaker version with each run. So pull that up here in our broadcast software. One sec. It's a similar layout as OBS that we've been using, but things are just a little bit different enough and not all the way set up so far. All right, here's that. Got it running a little bit quicker just so you can kind of get the gist of it. But showing it rolling through about, again, midnight, 1 a.m. is a good sure bet. Maybe as early as 11, but between the 3-hour spans is a pretty sure bet as far as it coming through, being gone and going. But as it's coming through, each model run has got it going weaker and weaker and weaker as far as the intensity of all of that goes. So good news on that front, as well as the decreased storm ingredients from the look of the atmosphere and how the storms are reacting, everything as well too. So appreciate you all joining us here on the stream. Let us know what you think. Got any questions, comments, concerns, spontaneous utterances, admissions of guilt, anything else you want to talk about, throw it in the chat comment section, and we'll see what we can do. Right, Chuck says he's on the Giles County line on the hill, pushing pretty quickly on down the road. Chancellor, Williamsport, Duck River area, about the same. So you're getting to that first band of little heavy rain right now, but the arrival times are going to be about the same. So maybe just a little bit before midnight for you, more closer to the 11-ish. As far as the arrival times, a little bit further west you go from Murray County, I-65 area. If you draw kind of like a line right there and just step it back an hour at a time, about the half a county width as far as you go or so. So about in between would be Santa Fe-ish, and then another over would be Centerville-ish to the west. So kind of like imagine like a 1, 2, 3, 4 step as far as that goes, and adjust the times of arrival accordingly. Yeah, Ashley, very, very welcome. That's another thing the chat can provide. Fellow storm fears, weather phobias, tornado anxiety sufferers, etc., so on and so forth. The chat doubles as, yes, jokes, music suggestions, 90s pop trivia, culture references, jokes, insider references, more jokes, and also support for weather and storm anxiety and power outages. So it's multifaceted here in the Weather Down in Muletown broadcast network. And yes, always the captain's job to be the soothing voice of calm as the plane crashes. So that will be me. That's me. Alicia says windy in Culleoka. Audrey, having to do with the line should be passed. It should be cleared out. I would say probably by about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock for sure, a.m. But there's going to be another round coming through of just rain, maybe even some snow flurries, mixed maybe with some sleet, ice, something just way up in northern part of Middle Tennessee, not near here. I doubt we even get the flurries. Probably just be like some misty rain, maybe flurry kind of thing. But once the temps drop, there should be some extra precip coming through that tapers off probably around 6 a.m. pre-daylight hours, 7 o'clock, somewhere around there, around daylight. Allison's look like it's calming down. Yeah, it's not as angry as it was looking earlier, for sure. Yeah. Mindy's near Henry Horton tonight. Yeah, similar setup over in Marshall County. Just adjust again those times of arrivals, maybe by about 30 minutes an hour or so for you all there in Marshall. But similar, stuff coming down the pipe. Brandon watching from Franklin. Appreciate you joining us, brother. Jessica just heard a huge thunder. Where you at, Jessica Erickson? Dana's got thunder off Knob Creek Highway 7. Thunder on the north side, Jackson Heights, and off of Williamsport. So all around there. We reload the lightning. Sometimes this has a bad habit of not refreshing like it should. Yep, there we go. Definitely got some out there, so definitely some enlightening out there. Maybe some thunder. It could just be cloud to cloud at the moment as well too. Those are a little harder to pick up with the sensor service that I use. Again, just because it's free stuff, trying to keep those costs low. Yep, Jenny says windows are rattling or windows in her townhouse. They're so strong. Yep, definitely so. Recorded so far about some 26 peak mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Sunnyside. I imagine maybe some more that the sensor didn't catch just quite in time because I need to really get a wired one for the better refresh interval so I can catch some super duper good data and also export all that out to our new website as well. You're welcome, Ashley. It's what we're here to help for. Again, just a big old community. Understands the storm anxiety. One of my bestest buddies, who's also married to my other bestest buddy, also has storm anxiety her whole entire life. I understand how it goes. Yep, Mindy says the kids are snoring and she's an anxious mess. I get it. Mine like to try to be worried about everything, but then we'll fall asleep at the drop of a hat. So, and then sleep through a hurricane. So, right. Seeing the lightning flashes. Brandon says looking southwest towards Mount Pleasant. Are they cloud to cloud look like Brandon, or are they cloud to ground? Can you tell? Lots of wind off Port Royal, says Jenny. Thunder and hard wind blowing in Summertown, says Mackenzie. Daniel says coming down like crazy in Hohenwald. Yeah, I can believe it. Looks like it's coming, pretty heavy on the radar return there in Hohenwald at the moment. Very little thunder and lightning, though. Good deal. That's good to know. Just had a TVS pop up. Why? Yeah, it's just algorithm messing around, I think. I don't think that's deep enough. Yeah, it went away. That's what I was thinking. There's the algorithm messing up. Any two ways, it needs a little bit of constant tweaking and polishing and all that fun stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's about right. Okay, I'll check all that later. Again, try to tweak all that stuff to have it not be alarmist, but also have it kind of be accurate too. And not miss the things. Yeah, I haven't heard any thunder yet here, and I haven't gotten any lightning detections from the weather station here live from Sunnyside. Currently, though, still got 68 degrees. Dew point 62, pressure 29.27, and falling. So been steadily on the decrease for the majority of the day. Dennis, watching all the way from Baldwinsville, New York. Welcome to the broadcast, brother. You may have to turn on the subtitles to catch what we say down here, at least what I say. But hope you enjoy the broadcast, brother. Strong winds in South Louisburg, said Christian. Quirky Danny sent us all their 2 tornado warnings. Do we know where they are? They are, looks like all in Mississippi, according to the readout here that I've got that's just off screen that y'all don't see here attached to our radar software. Looks like they're both in Mississippi. The only 2 active tornado warnings that I see in the country at the moment. So I'm hoping that's the only 2. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that our teenager is the only one that's asleep. She's an old lady. She goes to sleep like before Matlock goes off at 6 p.m. Lots of wind at Shantae Acres, says Leslie. Capilot says, when is this supposed to get real bad? I don't think it's going to get real bad. And again, that's a real subjective one. I always try to warn people on that one. Real bad to me is probably not near the same as real bad to anybody else or most normal people. But we expect the line to be coming through and like the worst potential of it all as far as the wind and the rain and the thunder and the lightning goes here about in the next 2 hours or so. Sometimes probably closer to 11, but between now and midnight or so, and then it should be cleared out by 1 to 2, probably closer to 1, I would say, just depending on where you are listening to me from the area. Heavy winds on Joe Brown Road. Alicia says, is there anybody know if there's a tornado sirens Culleoka baseball field? I have no idea. It could be like a weather station or some kind of like covered up instruments, pressure gauge or lightning detector or something like that as well too. I know a lot of places like that with the outdoor events and metal have lightning detectors around the facilities as well too. Could be that, but I don't know if anybody knows about the Culleoka ball fields. You're on the booster club or your kid plays or whatever else. Let us know what the weather meteorological doohickey is by the concession stand. Be a good lad or lassie. Yep. So NAM 3K model, just looking at it here too off screen, looks like same, yeah, rough time arrivals between 11 and 12 on the line. Still roughly about the same wind profiles too. Gusts maybe 50, 60 miles an hour. Probably 50, but like high end of that spectrum, 60. HRRR was showing roughly about the same, maybe a little bit closer to the 40 to 50 range. So roughly about in agreement. So meeting the 40 to 60. Again, anything much above 60 would be that severe criteria level. So other than that, give me just 1 second, folks. Team meeting. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Again, just a small little team meeting, but I do have some local news to share with you. So if anybody is in need of shelter before the majority of the storms get here, the safe space is going to be preemptively opened by the Murray County Emergency Management Office there on Tom J. Hitch Parkway. So if you do need shelter before the main area storm gets here and you can make it there safely before the storms arrive, and you want to go ahead and do that, definitely go ahead and make travels that direction. You can look it up again. The address is on Tom J. Hitch Parkway, Columbia, Tennessee. And you can get directions there. Have notice from them. They will be making that announcement shortly, or in the process of making it now, but the safe space will be preemptively opened in anticipation of ahead of the severe weather. So not bad, not bad. So again, showing some slight broad rotation there, not too much. Checking it throughout the radar tilts there, but again, pretty heavy precip coming down with these. A little bit of lightning up there towards Fairview area. Coming up on Franklin, Spring Hill, you should be there as well too. Starting to see some rain by now in the last couple of minutes, but so far no warnings, nothing overly concerning. Heavier rain should just now be coming into the Santa Fe area, getting into the Murray County line, right around Williamsport. Mount Pleasant, yours is on the way as well too. So let us know what you're seeing out there. Let us know if you're seeing obviously any damage, any lightning strikes, structures, fires, anything like that. I know some of the emergency services have been out working, I believe some type of fire earlier as well today too. So busy day for our guys and gals out there holding the line. So definitely don't want to get them out in this mess if we can afford it. But hey, if your house gets hit by lightning, there's not much you can do about that. Just make sure you be as safe as you can as far as it goes with the water safety, and then again with the wind and damage and derbis associated there with the wind and water and stuff. Right. Still keeping an eye on things here. Go back and take another measurement here on our storm motion. Make sure our algorithm's got the most latest, updatest, greatest goody stuff here. Yeah, so still about the same story there. And again, problem is when we're looking here at Murray County, Western Murray County, where I have my cursor here on the mouse, it's about 4,000 to 5,000 feet above ground level is where the radar is looking, because it looks out in that kind of cone-shaped arc. And that's the problem we run into, because the radar base here is showing, 20 miles an hour maybe, and then up to spikes out at like 80 or 90, just because of the height it's looking. So that's why we kind of have to average out some of the storm particles and tell how fast it's going based on the movement of the rain or the hydrometeors it sees. So yeah, sounds like indeed there was a structure fire being worked off Bear Creek Pike, Raleigh Hill Road. So that was what the deal was there. So hopefully the wind is not being too much of an issue for them. But obviously don't want to have them out there in the wind and the lightning and everything as well either. So hopefully they got that scene wrapped up or get it wrapped up as quick as they can. Been there. That is a different type of wet too, for sure. Or when the entire power goes out on one of the substations and it's a whole portion of town and you have to do the hospital intersection and the pitch black, or Carmack, James Campbell, Bear Creek 31, and those big intersections make you really, really grateful for traffic lights and computers and modern traffic management and first world comforts, for sure. especially when it's raining and thundering and lightning. Because yeah, I've been that wet before, and polyester and Kevlar just is a whole wet that you just don't want to experience. And if you ever have, you won't forget it. I imagine turnout gear in Nomex isn't much different. So yeah, still just watching out for those little circulations here up and down the line. Luckily, it's a lot more murky and messy here with the rain coverage filling in here between the gaps in the lines and these outer edges of anything that could have really become organized and heavy, severe storm-wise. And all we're contending with here is this pretty just much this one heavy stripe of the main precip coming down associated with the front. So again, been a lot heavier here up to the north. You can see the edges are a lot more well defined as far as like what we were talking about with the saw teeth. And looking at the boundaries along stuff like this, you see the hot spot there around Glasgow up in Kentucky. But just so far, for the most part, our storms have pretty much behaved. Santa Fe looks like they're right along the edge of that wind boundary right now. Theta, Duck River, Hampshire, let me know what all you are seeing. If the winds are getting real shifty or crazy or anything like that, let us know in the comments. Taylor, downtown Columbia, huge wind gusts. Got a part of a tree down there. I'm trying to stay in the comment section as much as I can, y'all. But of course, you can see it now up there in the display for you all for your information, so you can all see each other what you're saying, your reports. So we appreciate all those reports. Definitely keep them coming. Like I said, some of this stuff we try to pass on all the important severe criteria stuff to the Weather Service to provide some ground truth. And again, it just helps us to know where all of our followers are and all of that fun info. Yep, just now started coming down pretty good here in Sunnyside from the sound of things. Take it down here and look at some street level view. Yep, so rain picking up across the Murray County area. Right here in Sunnyside, I actually got some pretty heavier precip picking up. The little plus symbol there is me here at WDiMT Studios. North side of Murray County around Highway 7 between there and Duck River, pretty heavy precip. Spring Hill in a little bit of a gap maybe, but more headed your way. Culleoka same way. Mount Pleasant just kind of getting some off and on heavy back and forth with the gap, but you got more headed your way. Summertown same story there as well. Hohenwald, Centerville, still got it going on a little bit, but it looks like the most of the heavier stuff should just about be through the way there. Franklin knocking on the door there, so about to pick up right now. Same with Thompson Station. Theta getting into the edge of it as well too. Nashville, downtown metro area coming up on the same, as well as Gallatin, and maybe some heavier yeah, definitely some heavier winds up on that northern side than what we're experiencing here, luckily. So, definitely don't want to wish ill on them folks up there, but glad it panned out a lot smoother than originally forecasted. So it looks like in breaking weather news, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear has submitted a formal request to President Trump for a federal emergency disaster declaration for the weather-related events up there in Kentucky. So good news there. Make sure they get all the help that they can get mobilized and on the way to the folks of Kentucky. Making sure all is well with Weather Twitter. Yep, still looking pretty good. Low end tornado threat. The legend, the man, the myth, Bobby Boyd on Twitter at Bobby Boyd 1946. Shared the what is this? Can't tell what it's cropped down. Can't tell which run that's from, but low end tornado threat. If you don't follow Mr. Bobby Boyd, he is definitely a weather god, so definitely check him out. But still, if you're just joining us, back this out a little bit and turn this back on. So still got that tornado watch in effect till 0100 hours, 1 a.m. This morning. But as we've been talking about before, probably get some of that canceled off, I imagine, not too long after this. Matter of fact, let me put that all the way back up, turn the radar off there. Yeah, so additional counties already getting canceled. So Hickman County looks like you're canceled from that tornado watch. Same with Dixon, Robertson, Clarksville. You've been in the clear for a while. Waverly, Decaturville, Linden, same thing there. So again, NATO watch already getting canceled off for some counties. So good news there as far as that goes. Just now here getting into the meat and potatoes of this storm line, though, if you're listening to me from the Muletown, Murray County area. So still got a little bit of a while to go, but so far don't see any severe indicators, just gusty winds so far, but all sub-severe under that 55-60 mile an hour limit threshold or so. But still seeing counties getting ticked off the list and canceled as far as that tornado watch goes, so definitely good news there. But otherwise, if you're still in effect on that, technically as we are in Murray County, so tornadoes possible, but again, threats looking like it's pretty low and getting lower at the moment. The main thing there is that wind gust, maybe some up to 70 miles an hour. And then again, the other big thing that we've been worrying about in addition to the wind is the rain totals. Forecasted to have gotten around an additional about 1.5 to 2 inch of rain, sometimes in excess of that much per hour, with these storms transiting about an hour's worth. It's what it sounded like it's roughly working out to. And then again, because of all of that, flood watch remains in effect for our area as well, pretty much all of Middle Tennessee until 12 p.m. on Sunday. So keep that in mind. And that's the other thing too with the wind, this time of year with those heavy rains, can cause those trees to become a little bit unstable and want to tip over and come out of the ground a little bit easier. So definitely keep an eye on those, especially if you have those close to your house or anything like that. Appreciate everybody joining us here on Weather down in Muletown. See, yep, counter there jumping up almost 500. Appreciate you all joining us. Remember, like, share, and subscribe. Helps us out with the algorithm. Never really care about the a number of likes and clicks and all that other stuff here. We're just forced to kind of play the game as much as we have to with the algorithm and the machine as far as Facebook goes. And then I think more counties just got canceled off. Maybe I got a notification. Let's see. Nope, it may just taking a second to update, so we'll turn that back on in a moment. But never been about the likes and the fame and the yada yada yada. It just helps us out with the algorithm, and at the end of the day, if more people can see our posts, it's potentially, more lives we can save, more information we can pass on when the seconds and the minutes count. So that's the goal. That's what we do. It's a labor of love. Like we always say, we live here too. So In the area of power outages, so CPWS outage map is showing an outage of around roughly 64 customers, Old Williamsport Pike area, or so around, looks like between west side of Columbia and Industrial Park, Hampshire Pike area, so around there with Old Williamsport, that area showing a slight power outage. So let us know if you're seeing any of those power outages, and especially if you see any damage, trees down, power lines down, any stuff like that. Definitely be careful, don't approach them. They like to do this crazy dancy thing when the ground is wet and it can get you. You definitely don't want to do that. So throw the radar back in motion for you there. And again, we got the scroll going at the bottom, giving that info about the tornado watch. I'm going to drop it for a second to make sure we scroll some of our other pertinence and stuff through there. But yeah, definitely keep that in mind, that that tornado watch is in effect for a little bit here still. So let some of that other stuff go on by as well with the good infos there. All right, in 1 second, guys and gals, sport fans, women and children alike, I'm going to top my tee off real quick before the rest of it gets here, and make sure I am all set and strapped in and etc. I'm just kidding about the strapped in part. I don't think it's really going to be that bad. Just still keeping an eye on things, but I'm going to throw Noah back here in the mix with us, and we'll be right back.
Severe with damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, and heavy rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible late in the evening. Lows in the mid-30s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, shifting to the west 10 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday, much colder. Cloudy. Highs in the lower 40s. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday night, colder. Mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 20s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles per hour. Washington's birthday, sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-20s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Tuesday night, cloudy. Chance of snow showers and rain showers in the evening, then snow showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 90%. Wednesday, colder. Mostly cloudy. Chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Chance of snow 40%. Wednesday night, colder. Mostly cloudy. Lows around 14. Thursday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Thursday night, partly cloudy. Lows around 11. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows around 18. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements.
All right, enough of that. We'll hit you with that beautiful bean footage. And welcome to Weather Down in Muletown. Thank you for watching our continuing coverage of the severe weather. So far, luckily, no severe weather actually in the Muletown area. Everything under severe criteria thresholds with the rain, the wind, the thunder, the lightning. So good news there. Just starting to get into the heavier part coming up on the Columbia Muletown area. Still watching things as they kind of bubble up here from the southwest, southwest or so. Are some heavier storms. One of these is currently warned, it looks like, down here in portions of northern Alabama, so keeping an eye on that because that will be roughly kind of like what is all heading up our way. But just about halfway, not quite halfway, so about a third of the way through here, the Murray County area on that heavier precip. So I'll throw that back in motion. Let y'all see that for a bit. Look at the comments here, make sure I'm staying caught up. Sasha said, is it streaming on YouTube too? Yes, it is. You can see our viewers up there on the top of the screen. Subscribers and new subscribers, stuff like that. A new feature that we're doing, so let us know what you all think about that as well. As the comments there on screen, everybody able to see everybody's comments and learn and all of that fun stuff. Sam said the river's pretty high this week. Hope it doesn't flood Riverside. Yeah, it's most of them were. I know I work in Shelbyville and see the duck there all the time, and kind of on this. I'm on the north end of town sometimes, not as much as I am the other side. But yeah, the rivers have definitely been up, and this is going to add several more inches to it. So, I know TVA has been draining out a lot of the tributaries and increasing some of their flow rates at the dams. So. And yeah, and we definitely appreciate them big monies at the busier times. One of the reasons why I added in some of the sounds and the graphics there on screen to try to appreciate that, give you a little shout out. Because you don't always get to do it when it's craziness like this sometimes. Haley says Columbia almost done with the main line. Just depending on where you're at in the Muletown area, main line's just now getting here. And again, some of the stuff that's going to be sliding up this way is still kind of in areas of our southwest, still like around Lawrence County, Wayne County, northern Alabama, Florence, like around that area is where our stuff is coming from, just kind of as it moves. It's moving more north than it is east, and that's kind of the tricky bit with the times and the variable and forecasting and everything on this. But it's looking like about between we'll have about an hour's worth of it, maybe up to an hour's worth of it, and it's looking like it's right on time between about 11 and 12. So if it starts here pretty much right on now time, coming up on 3 minutes before the hour at 11, and it goes about an hour, should be roughly about that expected time frame. So good work on the model's job there as far as the timing goes and the intensity of the rain. And glad they missed the mark on the severity stuff. So, but yeah, are simulcasting on YouTube, so appreciate that. Check them out for sure as well. You can put us up on the big screen if you have a smart TV, Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, all of that fun stuff. The quality's better, and you can see when we go down to the street level view, a lot better detail. But yes, now that we've got all the chat integrated as well, definitely join us on Facebook or YouTube. We need to get our numbers up on YouTube, actually, so glad to see over 100 here on YouTube as we speak. So perfect. Definitely go like, subscribe, share, and get the notifications whenever we go live, and you'll never miss out. All right, Jess has still got power over at Williamsport Pikes. Looks like it's still pretty localized to that one place or that one spot in. Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be some local infrastructure down or something over just strictly by in that one section of Old Williamsport Pike between the bypass and, say, Hampshire and Industrial. So I think it looks like just that one section of that one part of the grid there. So I'm assuming it's some local infrastructure that's down. Maybe a tree on some lines or something like that. And that's the only other issue that we see as far as power outages goes in the Columbia area, at least as far as CPWS goes. Don't know about the other providers. We update our ticker there with the latest forecast stuff for tonight while we're at it. All right. Ticker is updated there, and again, we are still under that tornado watch technically for a little bit longer. Keep that up every now and then to make sure we scroll it and double check and see. Let it update. So yep, still technically showing us under that, but I imagine they will probably cancel that after not too much longer. So if it's one of those you're waiting on going to bed things, worried, scared, stiff, don't be. Looks like the majority of the worst of it, the window's passed, I'm thinking. So again, at this point, I think it's just going to be some gusty sub-severe winds and some heavy rain for a bit, maybe some thunder, lightning. That should be about it. Not seeing really any hail reports or anything like that of any damage. So good news as far as that goes. Danny, great question. Any thoughts on the snow next week? Got a lot of thoughts. Still think my hat is safe. Not gonna snow a foot. Pretty comfortable with that. At first it was looking like a pretty outside chance to even get a dusting, just depending on where the freezing line, melting line is going to drag and drape between Tennessee. It looks like it was going to be a little bit further to the north instead of like right in the middle of Tennessee. So we're still right on the threshold, I think, for next week as far as where like the rain will be and the snow will be. So I think we've got a decent chance to see maybe a dusting inch, maybe two, call it middle of the road. I've seen some high threes or fours. I think that's a little, I think it's a little optimistic, but it's looking like a lot better chance than that original like half an inch dusting trace kind of thing was looking at first. So, and that's just part of the timing thing with this thing slowing down and the temp slamming hard so bad. So I have about a 30-degree drop in the next 12 to 18 hours, and then another significant drop maybe down into the teens, lower than that with the wind chills, maybe into next week. I think of the last model data I saw, long range. So definitely keep an eye on that. So Tennessee weather, nothing like it. Almost 70 today, freezing tomorrow, and then a couple days from that, like negatives, single digits, wind chills, and just questioning existence and what's supposed to be the subtropics. So that's how it goes. Just wait. Pollen season is coming. Anyway, like I said, if you're new, welcome aboard. I am the captain. Welcome to Weather Down in Muletown. Glad you joined us. Hope you enjoyed the show. Remember, like, share, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. If you're checking out what's going on because the wind of the rain got you up, nothing going on as far as warnings, nothing like that. So it's like Tracy just said, going to bed not having to worry about anything crazy. Yeah, I'd say you're pretty safe at this point. Don't see anything that I would think would pop the warning, but again, if there is one coming down the pipe, we'll make sure to let you know as soon as that happens. But yeah, all I see out there so far to my eye looks like some hard sleeping rain. So wind may be a little gusty again, but it looks like it's all under severe limits right now, so shouldn't be anything over 50 miles an hour. I know that sounds like a lot, and it is, especially if you've got those outdoor objects that we told you to secure a couple days ago. still outside like a trampoline, but it should be okay. Shouldn't be much more than that, I would not say, other than the high wind, heavy rain. So it's all we're seeing coming across here so far on the Storm Tracker HD radar. We can slice and have a look at it in 3D. While we're at it, look at our section here, Murray County section of the storm. But looking raw the flat again because we're looking so hot in the sky here once we get to the Columbia Milltown area. But some pretty heavy precip in there for sure. But not seeing anything scary as far as the wind goes, wind blows, anything like that. We look all through the storm here. Don't see anything scary. So definitely good news as far as that goes. Looks like just good heavy sleeping rain, like I said. So if you're, toes clenched, fists clenched, sitting on the edge of the bed, don't. It's cool. I'd say just depending on where you're listening from. Again, northern side of Columbia, so maybe around Green Lake Drive, around that area, Fieldstone Drive, out Williamsport Pike, Watts. You probably got the heaviest already to you. McIntyre, Canoe Drive, Hampton, Stonewall, Food Line area, Sunnyside, Hemingway, right there on the edge of things. Brookside, Williamson Drive. The heaviest is right there at you now. So it should just be pretty much that heavy for a while. Like I said, it's going to be off and on for maybe up to an hour. Or close to, in some cases, just depending on where exactly we fall in the bands. But middle of Columbia proper, it's almost to you. It should just about be getting to you soon. Bridge Street, Washington Street, East Side, Ritter, Carmack, Polk, getting that way. Same way with Pickens, Hatcher Lane area, Taylor Street, Sunset, all the way down to the outer edge of Sunnyside, Carrington, Campbellsville Pike. Getting down into 31. So Spring Hill, same thing. Got a pretty heavy band coming in your direction now. Off Doc Robertson Road over towards Sugar Ridge Road, Beach Cross, cut across, Carter's Creek Pike there, around there. Almost to Spring Hill proper, just kind of on the west side of town right now, and heading up on into Thompson Station, Franklin area, and that heavier band. So other than that, throw that back in motion. Take it down a little bit so you can see some of your roads there. Again, no warnings at the moment. Looks like just pretty much heavy rain, all sub-severe wind gusts, and are forecasted to be, according to the latest model guidance. Just looking at the O2 Zulu runs and the O1s now, just a minute ago, and everything looks all sub-severe as far as everything goes with that. So definitely good news there. And we're not seeing anything pan out either as far as like the storm reports, anything of damage. A couple of power outages here and there in one spot, in particular in Columbia, but it looks like all under the severe threshold for the moment, and looks like will remain so. So good news of the night there. So yeah, if you're holding off going to bed, definitely don't worry about that. Enjoy the sleep and rain. Just make sure you've got that way to get some kind of warning if the dam breaks or something crazy happens and the sky falls. You've got that way for it to wake you up just in case. But other than that, okay. Thank you, Shaban. Says Murray County schools have periweather stations installed at their athletic facilities. Sirens and alarms in those areas, maybe that. Gotcha. I knew they were doing something like that because we had been giving out the weather radios, the little individual ones, to schools as well to make sure that all of them had access to one. And some of the administrators had told us about that as well too. So that's definitely pretty neat. Yeah, Sandy, I'd definitely say you're good to go to bed. Again, just depending on where you're listening to me from, you're seeing the radar kind of loop in here. I'll put it back to a stop again for a second and kind of zoom back in, let you see landmarks there. But overall, I'd say the most of the worst of it should about be over halfway through the Murray County area there. Again, it's kind of moving up as much north as it is east, so it's kind of moving in a stripe instead of much more of a straight line or what we're used to as far as the weather moving west to east. But it'll continue on for a while, but it looks like this is about the high extent of it. There is still some deepening, it looks like, of the band, because you see the heavier kind of returns coming up here in Mount Pleasant. Weren't there a second ago. Gonna take it back a couple of frames and advance it forward. You see the red deepening and then into the pinky purple here now around just south of Mount Pleasant, right there on Highway 43 around Bigby Creek, Mount Joy, Dry Creek, right there at the Sheep Neck Road. What highway is that? Right there, just basically at the county line between Mount Pleasant and 43 right there. So heavier return picking up. So again, some deepening of the rain band still, same way with that activity that's coming through Spring Hill, getting a little bit more deepening there just to your south and coming through Thompson Station, crossing the 840, 65, 431, 31 crossroads there as well too. So 65 itself, that area band is just about on top of it as well too. So Lewisburg, Marshall County, Cornersville, Chopper Hill, Linville, Pulaski, just getting started for you, but the heavier stuff is on the way. Fear not. And same goes with Shelbyville, Murfreesboro, and my folks listening that way as well. So appreciate everybody again joining the broadcast. Welcome to all of the new folks. Appreciate you all following. Again, tell us what you're seeing. If you happen to see any kind of damages, power outages, hail, debris, any of that fun stuff, let us know in the comments. Let us know where you're at, what you're seeing. Pictures are double points. Yeah, if anybody has a rule, I guess if we start playing bingo, Sarah's got a good idea. If I say go to bed 3 times, that's your clue or your key, I guess, at that point, so that it's really, really good. And it's okay. So we'll play a bingo, and how many times we say atmosphere is conditions are favorable, or go to bed, or come up with some other buzzwords, turn it into a caffeinated drinking game for these late night sessions. I think we could have a regular drinking game because we would all be like face down on the keyboard typing out about an hour into this, so don't think we can make it. So I'd probably just stick to the hot tea and honey for me, and maybe some stronger stuff once we start getting into our marathon snow sessions or severe weather outbreaks in the spring. Who would have guessed that we'd have both like within 7 days of each other? Tennessee weather. Gotta love it. So, and again, this is all part of that active pattern and stuff that we had been talking about in the middle of February. Because we're good like that. That's what we do. Keep an eye on things. That is our motto. Semper Des, Semper Paratus. We're always ready, always close by, near, just depending on which translation you want there. So keep an eye on these things. The snow has been the tricky bit. We knew it was going to get cold. We knew the period was going to be active. So maybe severe, maybe snow, maybe mix, and looks like we're going to take a swing possibly at all 3 before it's all over with. So again, just what we do. That's why I'm the captain. So appreciate you all joining us, and again, pass the word on to the fam and the friends. Bring a buddy, tag a friend, all that fun stuff. Again, the more people that we can reach, it helps us out with the algorithm. But at the end of the day, just the more people we can reach, more people we can make more well informed, possibly save some lives when it comes with it. So Yeah, Jamie, the quality is definitely better on YouTube with the visuals and the audio for sure. Because, like I said, I'm putting out 60 frames at 4K to both sources, and it just gets way watered down at Facebook. So, don't know. Who knows? But yeah, YouTube is definitely where it's at on the Facebook quality, and they're less left out of the chat now as well too. So glad we got that solution going. I think I have to stick with this software. So I have to learn it as well as I've got OBS down, and I'll be okay. So, but yeah, YouTube, way better quality. You can see the ground once we turn the radar off, or once we're talking about different things. You can actually see what we're looking at, the landmarks, the streets, all of that fun stuff. So, I'll have a look at our SPC watch box information. Let it update. Yep, still showing Murray County in it for just a little longer. So, keep on cruising, keep on watching things. Got another part of that heavier band that just came through Mount Pleasant coming up towards my neck of the woods in Sunnyside, so I may poke my head out on the front porch and do a little Sunnyside groundhogging of myself, because like I said, the rodent was full of it. I was right. So who's gonna trust a rodent anyway? It's absurd. But anyway, like I said, we try to stay on top of the right nows and the what's happenings and the what's coming up. So we will be discussing the snowfall for next week coming up soon. The long and shorts of it, we're going to be kind of right in the middle of another one of those warm up here, cold up here, right in the middle kind of event things. Got a decent chance, I would say, or an increasing, what has been an increasing chance because it didn't start off looking very good. But it's increased over the week or so of a chance of snowfall, possibly with some mix in there, but possibly not. It's going to be real important and real close as to where the dividing line between it falls. It's been another one of those kind of like north of I-40, south of I-40 scenarios to where north may get more snow, south may get more mix, and then maybe say state line, Tennessee, Alabama area or below just gets rain, and that line's been moving and shifting kind of here and there and about. So again, just more of the difficulties in forecasting snow. The severe weather and all this stuff is easier than snow, believe it or not. So getting some of the first lightning strikes here in the last little bit detected by the weather station here in Sunnyside. So I got about 4 miles. There it is. You see those popping up here. So a couple of little lightning strikes between here at Old Zion, Polk Lane, between here and Mount Pleasant. So detecting some of those strikes for sure here. So can confirm what we're seeing on the radar there as far as that goes. Picking those up here from the roof in Sunnyside and here in the thunder that goes along with it there just now. So perfect. Everything working as planned there. So I'm going to take a second and give you all Noah back for just a minute. And again, just go and get some face barometer time with the storm because, man, I love it. In it for the science, always have been. Love a good thunderstorm. Anyway. So I'll be back with you all in just a moment. Again, if you're just joining us, no warnings, waiting on the watch to get canceled off. Everything is good at the moment. Just enjoy the rain, sit back, especially if you got a metal roof and a hot cup of a beverage, and just chillax and listen to the sweet sounds of government audio.
Here is the forecast for Lawrenceburg, Collinwood, Holyoke, Cornwall, and surrounding areas. Flood watch remains in effect through Sunday morning. Tornado watch 9 in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. West for tonight, rain showers and chance of thunderstorms late in the evening, then slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Chance of rain showers after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, and heavy rainfall. Locally heavy rainfall possible late in the evening. Lows in the mid-30s. South winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, shifting to the west 10 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. Gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation near 100%. Sunday, much colder. Cloudy. Highs in the lower 40s. Northwest winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday night, colder. Mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 20s. Northwest winds up to 10 miles per hour. Washington's birthday, sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-20s. Northeast winds up to 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s. Tuesday night, cloudy. Chance of snow showers and rain showers in the evening, then snow showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-20s. Chance of precipitation 90%. Wednesday, colder. Mostly cloudy. Chance of snow showers in the morning. Highs in the lower 30s. Chance of snow 40%. Wednesday night, colder. Mostly cloudy. Lows around 14. Thursday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Thursday night, partly cloudy. Lows around 11. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy in the evening, then becoming mostly cloudy. Lows around 18. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 40s. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 10, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday. This watch includes the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado Watch number 9 remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time Sunday for the following counties: in Tennessee: Giles, Lawrence, Lewis, Marshall, Maury, Wayne, and Williamson. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? A portion of Middle Tennessee, including the following counties: Bedford, Kenham, Cheatham, Clay, Coffee, Cumberland, Davidson, DeKalb, Dixon, Fentress, Giles, Grundy, Hickman, Houston, Humphreys, Jackson, Lawrence, Lewis, Macon, Marshall, Maury, Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, William.
All right, sports fans, and we're back. WDiMT live from Sunnyside, continuing severe weather coverage. Although luckily we like the severe weather part right now, so that is good news. Again, if you're just joining us, we still are under that tornado watch, I think, just for a little bit longer. Yep, still hasn't updated, so we'll leave that on for a bit now that we're kind of past the point where it's a little less color interference there, and you can see still getting some lightning, some activity here in the heavier parts of the bands here. It's like central northwest Columbia there, getting some lightning strikes off Industrial Park Road near, let's see, Lawson White, Murray County Sheriff's Office, that area. And up further to the north, Union Carbide Road off 7, around that area. So, again, picking up some just south Mount Pleasant as well, too. So, it looks like Smith Hollow Road, Howell Road, Johnson Hill Road, around that area. Also, Sheep Neck. So, around that area between Mount Pleasant and Summertown. Put this back in motion there with the roads and landmarks and everything on for a bit, and kind of see the history of what's going on, what's coming our way still, and what's yet to come. Mortarman says, how bad would it hit Tullahoma? I think it was probably going to lose the punch the further it goes east, Jamie. So by the time it gets there to y'all be getting a different part of the line than we will, because it's kind of going to be what's sliding up there from Alabama, like northwest Georgia almost for y'all by the time it slides that way. And it looks like there's a tornado warning on that part of it just south of Pulaski right now. So be keeping an eye on that part still, but it looks like I'd say it's got a good bit to go before it reaches your direction. So, but that's going to be kind of what's sliding, what's in here. It's going to be kind of what's sliding up your way. So what comes through Giles County and Fayetteville probably is going to be kind of what slides that way for you all, Jamie. So appreciate the question. Pulaski update. So main part of the line still not quite there yet. Decently heavy rain going down, maybe some thunder coming up in the distance. Lawrenceburg, it's right on top of you at the moment. Same goes for Summertown. Areas there between Columbia, Lawrenceburg, Pulaski, and that kind of little triangle right around you. The heaviest is kind of rolling through there right now. So Brooke, way past bedtime and anxiety won't let me sleep. It's, I would say, just depending on wherever you are, Brooke, pretty much the majority of the heaviest stuff's through Columbia, and it's going off to the east now. So areas of I-65, Spring Hill, it's going through there now. Lewisburg knocking on your door. Same thing with Murfreesboro, like College Grove area, Eagleville, almost right to you. Same with Smyrna. So still picking up some lightning here in the distance at the studio that I'm seeing and hearing off our detector. So still got a little bit of heavy stuff out there at the moment, but it's definitely all sub-severe, maybe other than this stuff trying to come across the state line here shortly, or right along the state line there. If you're listening to me, areas around southern Lawrence or Pulaski, Giles County areas. Yeah, Western Marin County, Williamsport area should be most of everything heavier past you. There could be some heavier parts of this band again that kind of roll through on the way out. Some of this stuff is pretty heavy, but no, it all should be sub-severe. Maybe some gusty winds, but again, all should still be sub-severe in nature. So all good news there. All right, put that back in motion. Actually, let's have a look. Yeah, we got a second radar screen open down here. Isabel said it's safe to go to bed in Columbia. Yeah, I would say so. No active warnings or anything. We'll keep you updated again. If you throw us on the big screen or something like that on the YouTube app, we'll let you know if there's any warnings or anything with the audio in the background, either us talking or the no feed, one or the other. But yeah, I'd say you're good at this point. The worst of it should be past Columbia. And just about clearing out of Murray County. But still maybe some heavier bands coming through, maybe some thunder here and there, but it's all under the severe limits at the moment. Brittany says, should that be the heaviest of it from Mount Pleasant? Yeah, pretty much. There may be some off and on heavy, shallower bands coming through, but yeah, I would say that's the heaviest of it. Isabel, there's a tornado warning right there, a red box along the Tennessee-Alabama state line there at the bottom. Swap over to the other GR application. I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. So there we go. So south of the state line here, looking at North Alabama, right around Russellville, Moulton, Decatur, Athens, Tuscumbia, red boxes here are the tornado warnings that I was talking about, kind of skirting right there along the Tennessee-Alabama state line. and then the corresponding wind fields there that go with those. You can see the individual rotation signatures there, where the red and the green meet, and etc., so on and so forth. So that is what I was referring to just a moment ago with the tornado warnings down to the south. So nothing in Tennessee at the moment. And these counties actually over here are in technically on Huntsville's Weather Service office. So they usually get their warnings and stuff like that issued separately from Nashville. I think I've got that on here somewhere, like the boundary map for the weather forecast office. Nope, I thought it did, but I don't. But it's roughly like Nashville's Weather Service office is basically like Tennessee River down here to Alabama, minus these counties up to the Cumberland Plateau, up to Kentucky, to Clarksville, basically, and then back down Tennessee River. So it's kind of like that big square-ish right there place, and which is roughly what we cover as well. All the counties surrounding Murray, essentially, and just we try to do general forecasts everywhere else, because there are a lot of folks from out of town around here, some folks out of Tennessee that tune in or have family here locally. So we appreciate all of you tuning in, for sure. Yep, still getting some lightning detections here and seeing some flashes out the window of the studio. So it's still a little bit out there, flashing around Mount Pleasant just to your east there. What road's that? Hoover Mason. Also some maybe up around Redwood Circle, just coming into Mount Pleasant there, McGee Trailer Park. Trotwood Avenue, 243 right there between the bypass, and then yep, one right at just about in my backyard, looks like, over here just in the backside of Sunnyside near Lyon and Antrim Circle, Hidden Lake Circle there on the backside of Country Club. So have a look at the historical lightning. We'll turn on this other one that we've got loaded in here, and you can see kind of some of the pattern of strikes. Had a lot here around Mount Pleasant area, western side of Columbia. Lots and lots down towards Lawrenceburg, Pulaski, northwest of there. So decent bit of lightning down here in the southern part. And some of that, again, is sliding still up into the Murray County area. So Culiaca, you may see some of that Pulaski lightning in Giles County there for as well. And then same goes with Spring Hill. You may be seeing some of this stuff that southeastern Columbia, central Columbia is getting right now, and have it slide up your way later. So again, that's the reports there, still showing the tornado watch being active for Maury County. So we'll still keep on with our live stream here as long as we've got that the watch in effect. But I would say for the Muletown area, everybody west of I-65, the severe threat's pretty much passed. Maybe still hold off if you're listening to me from Giles County. You're not quite got all the way through the line there. Lawrence County, you should pretty much just about be done with it, except maybe like 5 points. Leoma, still not quite done. Minor Hill, Elkton, Ardmore, like around the state line area there, you're not quite done. But most everybody else on the west side of 65 here to the left, you should just about be done, and the rest of it's just heavy rain. So rest assured there, enjoy the sleep and rain. Have a way to get the warnings if something does start rotating randomly off the rebound, but right now not seeing anything like that. Fun fact, apparently my extra large Tennessee Volunteers teacup holds 5 standard teacups worth of beverage. Fun fact. So we're the few, the proud, and the caffeinated this evening. So if you're just joining us, Welcome. I'm glad you are. Please like, share, subscribe. Helps us out with the algorithm. Helps us keep family and friends informed as well too, though. So that's what it's all about at the end of the day. 34 minutes past 11 p.m. 23:34 for those of you all on watch. Yes, go Vols. Currently 58 degrees, so it's fallen about 10 degrees just since that front's come through here, as expected. And precip almost just up to an inch, so 0.95 right now here in Sunnyside. Been raining off and on pretty much all morning here since about 7:45 a.m. Pressure 29.3. And falling. Wind has been up to 25 miles an hour out of the west and southwest pretty much all day long. Several detectable lightning strikes in the area. Definitely keep an eye out for those. Look like we're still getting some readings here up around Bear Creek, Shears Circle, Jackson Heights subdivision around, what's this one? That one's not labeled for whatever reason. Tom J. Hitch is at Precast Drive, I guess. Patterson, right around through there, between Mount Olivet and basically right around between 31 and 412 there at the split. So still seeing some lightning, still getting some detected here within about 4 miles. So when this updates, probably see some more here in Sunnyside on the southwest side of Columbia as well too. But put that in motion, see everything in action there. Again, pretty much severe past, I would say, for everybody west of I-65, other than maybe Giles County there and the parts of there that aren't seeing the heavier storms yet. Some tornado warnings still, severe thunderstorm warnings still to your south. But other than that, everything's looking a lot calmer here in our slice of heaven in southern Middle Tennessee. Seen a little bit heavier wind and more warnings up in the northern half of the state, up north of 40, Nashville, Kentucky border, up into Hopkinsville, and there in central Kentucky, south Kentucky. It seemed like it was more of an intense wind environment than here, and then obviously areas to our south as well too, in Mississippi and Alabama earlier today. So can't catch a break down there. It seems like they had one the other day as well, the pretty significant tornado outbreak down there. So that time of year, unfortunately, lots of things going on. Had that question the other day. La Nina and the Pacific, the ocean currents, all that fun stuff. Solar heating has a lot to do with our weather, as the whole planet system just is in a hole. And another one of those things that we'll like to do a little special on. I've got some stuff that I've been working on put together for it that explains how a lot of that works, how it affects our weather, you know, from the other side of the world. It's pretty neat stuff. So again, it's all for the science. So anyways, still basically just waiting on this the tornado watch to expire. That's what you see, again, what we started off with there, and then this is what we've currently got with those counties being trimmed off as we go through. So just basically waiting on all of Murray County to clear the severe threat there. Looks like the heavier bands coming on into Culleoka now or be there soon. But pretty much everywhere in Murray County other than them has seen the heaviest come through. And there may again be some heavier bands after this, but it should be all sub-severe, just the heavy sleep and rain. So I'd say Murray County, you are good to go. Most everywhere else in Middle Tennessee, again, on the other side of this line, same thing goes for you. If you're still in Marshall County, Bedford County, out towards that direction, other half of Giles County going into like Lincoln, etc., more that direction, maybe hang out a little bit longer. But other than that, no warnings, nothing meeting severe criteria going down at the moment. So seeing some power outages near downtown in Columbia. So have a look at those. Yep, so it looks like Columbia Power is measuring roughly 1,000 outages downtown Columbia, so still showing our original 64 up here in the area of Old Williamsport Pike, but areas of downtown, West 11th Street, Beckett, West 5th, up to 6th, all the way up to the edge of Riverside, over into edge of East Side, a square area, coming back down 31 towards Main, down to 15th, Hatcher, area of Woodland Park, and back over. So pretty decent power outage there. Looks like about 1,100 or so customers impacted according to CPWS. So yep, are showing a decent sized power outage there according to the service provider. Hopefully that will get restored. And again, appreciate all the guys and gals out there. Hold the line, taking watch, fixing the lines literally, and doing the things as well. We were reporting earlier on a structure fire, and we know those guys and gals are still out there in it. So we appreciate you every day, all day, but especially on those rough days like today. Hopefully you all get back soon and get to warm back up, get something warm to drink, and go back to sleeping all day like you always do. Hose rollers. Just kidding. Love you guys. Oh, we all give each other a hard time, but loved hearing that big red truck roll up when somebody had a boo-boo. Just can't do anything about that. Or EMS, y'all good folks too. Kimberly Tucker was asking about Lewisburg. Not quite to yet in Lewisburg as far as like the heaviest stuff goes. It's going pretty good still in Lewisburg, but you're not quite there on the heaviest band. It's still coming through Murray County line right now area. So I would say you're fine, but as far as all the stuff coming through, it's not quite to you yet, but it's about to be. Nashville, yeah, Davidson metro area, the worst of the heaviest stuff is all past you all as well too. So it's cleared out into Wilson County, Rutherford County as we speak right now. So should be good to go there as well. Cooper, the weather in Columbia is currently 58 degrees and rainy with a gusty wind. Carissa wants to know, do we know an approximate rainfall total for this entire week as of now? I don't know. I was looking at some projections as all this was getting started that we were getting close to about like 5 or 6 inches for the period, I think, and it was about 7 or 8 days, I want to say, on the model run. So a lot. It's one of the things I'm going to look at once all of this gets through and has time to get all computed and calculated and tabulated. That's one of the things I'm going to go in and look at for sure. We'll be keeping an update on all of the river gauges around the area as well. Right. Making sure I'm going back through the comment section and catching everybody. Columbia Riverside Drive Good says, Hannah, yeah, I would say so. The majority of all the heavy stuff is already on the other side of you all there. Yep, rain gauge still going up here. We've got over an inch for sure in the electronic gauge. I've always wondered about it, though, and its accuracy because it's kind of hard to test up there because of the refresh rate. But definitely need to get me a good old fashioned dump it out every day rain gauge, just as backup if nothing else. Kelsey says Patterson, Bear Creek, good to go to bed. Yeah, I would say so. The tail end of the heaviest stuff is leaving you all right now, or is over you all right now, so should be moving on out soon. Spring Hill, yep, same way. You've got some heavier stuff clearing on out, but you should be all good as well. Stephanie wants to know what time it's going to hit Lewisburg. Knocking on the door as we speak, so should be coming into the outer edges of Lewisburg right now. Call it around Barron Hill Road, South Berlin Road, coming into State Route 417, kind of connecting the southwest side of Lewisburg there, crossing over the interstate, Cornersville, Chapel Hill. Already kind of seeing it, so it's coming down y'all's way and now. Put that back in motion, get the landmarks back here. Yep, so yeah, they are giving out a warning. Listen to that real quick. Yep, severe thunderstorm warning. So, still keeping an eye on that because it was some heavier stuff. So, yeah, it looks like Lawrence and Giles counties, severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm is located 11 miles southeast of Lawrenceburg, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So let's have a look at this. Yep, some pretty decent wind moving up. It's kind of like right there on the boundary, but I don't see just any well-defined rotation or anything, but definitely some storm richening, deepening down here. We see the convection there, or the heavier bands. The lightning kind of lets us know. It's one of our strength indicators of a storm if it's still able to produce lightning. So, still looking pretty good though. I'm going to go ahead and get that warning posted on the page for my visual folks. So, it is up.
Montgomery, Overton, Perry, Pickett, Putnam, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Stewart, Sumner, Trousdale, Van Buren, Warren, Wayne, White, Williamson, and Wilson. When, through Sunday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations.
Oh, come on, where's the graphic for this severe thunderstorm? There we go.
Additional details. A significant rainfall event is expected to bring.
And this gives you all an idea, too, of kind of how busy we are in the background and what something as simple as a warning post can require as far as effort with going and pulling the text off of the NWS site, going and getting the graphic from Twitter or Facebook or somewhere off of the interwebs as it's populated from one of the many sources, and then going and editing that back into the post, because we want to get the post up as quick as we can with the text and then come back and put the graphic in it, all while talking to you all fine folks and trying to update all of this in the ticker and all of that fun stuff at the same time. So go ahead and put that in our ticker.
Roads in the Peters Landing area, including Peters Landing Road, began to flood. In Hardin County, in the Cobb Farm area of Nance Bend and low-lying portions of Senator Cobb Road and Colonel James Harding Drive began to flood and access may be limited. Additional details. There is no current observed data. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to 369.7 feet Thursday morning. Additional rises are possible thereafter. Action stage is 364.0 feet. Flood stage is 370.0 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Wind advisory now in effect from 9 p.m. this evening to noon Central Standard Time Sunday, northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee.
All right, so ticker's updated. Get that.
Northern Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Where portions of north central, northeast.
So there's storm warning added to it. So it's back up scrolling there as well.
Impacts. Gusty winds will blow around unsecured objects. Tree limbs could be blown down and a few power outages may result. Winds this strong can make driving difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. Use extra caution. Secure outdoor objects. A strong thunderstorm will impact southern Lawrence and Giles counties through 12:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. at 11:29 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Turn Noah back off for a second there. You all get the gist. So yeah, warnings posted up on the page. No.
Can you clarify that? The one that posted it.
Yep, no tornado warning for Chapel Hill. Debbie looks like, yeah, Debbie McIntyre had a tornado warning come through one of our apps. Don't know which one it was. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, unless you're connected to an Alabama tower. That's very possible. So with the WIA system, I can put that up here real quick. I've got that graphic handy. It's one of the kind of the downfalls of WIA. It doesn't, it's not powered by GPS, so it doesn't like alert based on where you are or like where your phone is. The alert is based off of like where the tower is, like where the tower's 911 address, because they all have their like individual physical address, like, you know, blah 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 123 Main Street or whatever. They all have a specific address like that, and it's based on if the tower is included within that polygon or not. So you can actually have your phone be in an area that's not covered by the tower, or excuse me, that's connected to a tower that's not covered by the warning polygon, but still kind of be in it, or vice versa, have one alert you that you're not in. So that is one of the drawbacks, unfortunately. So here's what I'm talking about. So again, you can kind of see how it goes to where if you're connected into a tower that's just outside of that warning area, you may not get the warning, or vice versa. If you're connected to a tower that's inside of it and you're just outside, you may get a warning that's not for you, or doesn't apply for you, or whatever. So that's possible. But the only thing that's active right now, and you can see up here with our scale, our color code scale, you can see tornado warning versus severe thunderstorm warning, red and orange, and then again, different colors up there mean different things. But the tornado watch still remains in effect for all the counties in yellow until 1 a.m. So still about 9 minutes before midnight here, before the hour. So I imagine it'll get canceled probably fairly soon-ish. They may be waiting on some of the heavier activity to slide through before finishing it off, but I imagine it probably won't be too much longer. But as we're still getting some detectable lighting here in Sunnyside at the studio, the rain may be trying to pick back up a little bit as well. So could be some off and on heavier bands, but definitely see the severe potential ingredients slipping out of reach for most of these storms as well, aside from, again, maybe the central area of Giles County at the moment. So southeastern Lawrence has been canceled on the severe thunderstorm warning, so you are good there. Just remains in effect for central and southern portions of Giles County. 11:51 p.m., roughly 1 minute ago, severe thunderstorm was located near Pulaski, moving east at 55 miles an hour. It's just about on top of you there. It's coming down 64, almost to Highway 31 junction there, and the bypass around Pulaski. So hazards include 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roof siding and trees. Impacted locations include Pulaski, Ardmore, Elkton, Minor Hill, Good Spring, Frank Ewing, and Prospect. So that one just updated just a second ago. And that is the current story on it. But it is the only warning that we've got currently, and you can kind of see it denoted there by the orange box. The red warning boxes there to the south are tornado warnings, but they are in Alabama and under the Huntsville Weather Service Forecast Office. So not covering those currently, but they are definitely down there. Yep, still getting a little bit of thunder there. So looks like those last two, you can see them out the window here, we're over by Woods Drive, Cook-Sucker Field area. Around, let's see, what was it? Casey Lane. Up there on the hill, SQ Drive. So see those and hear those here from Sunnyside at the studio. All right, so looks like Lincoln, Moore, Franklin counties continue to 4 a.m. for the tornado watch. So they removed several more counties a couple minutes ago, but it looks like Murray is still in it for now. So again, we'll stay with you as long as that watch is in effect. Pulaski, the heaviest part of it, is just about 2U now, so you should be seeing that any moment now if you're not already. Let me check our timer to make sure Facebook's not going to cut us off. Nope, good. We're only at 5 hours. We're good. Same on YouTube. Appreciate you all joining us on YouTube as well. Hope everybody enjoys the live stream. And again, like we said earlier, help us out with the algorithm. Bring a buddy, tell a friend, tag somebody. More people we reach. So let's have a look at this goings on in Pulaski. So yeah, it looks like Loop Road, Mines Road, getting into downtown Pulaski itself, getting to see that heavier activity with the lightning, all the way up to Annie Wade Road, 31, all up and down through there, and 64, bypass, all of that fun stuff, getting over into Frankie Wing, Prospect, Minor Hill just past you. Same with Culleoka. You should be just about getting through the heaviest part of it, and it should start slacking off. Chapel Hill, Eagleville, about the same. Just the heaviest part of it just passed over you. Lewisburg, heaviest parts over you. Shelbyville headed your way. Murfreesboro, same way, just about to you. And then Lebanon, areas going that direction, tapering off still. So again, some of this heavier red stuff that's still off to the west may be slowly sliding its way through, because the more this comes through, the more it's going to start moving east instead of the northeast. It's going to kind of pick up more of that easterly motion, and we may catch some of this heavier stuff that's still to come through. But again, just all heavy sleeping weather from the look of things. Waiting on the tornado watch to expire, but again, officially that's all it is at this point. It's just a waiting game. Yep, seeing reports here in the chat of lines down Jackson Heights, here and there across Murray County. I could believe that. Have a look and see. It looks like it's mainly still showing just that one outage there in Central Columbia. So far, anyway. So hopefully that is all it turns out to be. Latest models are still looking all in agreement about everything as far as the winds go, and clearing on out here soon. It may be a little heavier band to come through. Maybe rain lasting in earnest until probably about 2 or 3, just depending on where you're listening to me from, and then picking up off and on again until probably close to daylight. But it shouldn't be anything mounting to anything other than just that aforementioned rain. So good stuff there. Like I said, this is just the enjoy it point, I would say, pretty much for everybody outside of Giles County and Pulaski at this point. So take a 3D slice of our storm down here and see what's up. Yep, pretty garden variety at the end of the edge of the radar limits and stuff. So pretty garden variety though. Maybe a little bit of wind there and associated with that warning, but again, nothing just hugely insane. Definitely take your precautions if you're in that part of Giles County still. You've got that severe thunderstorm warning on you for a little while still, but Yeah, looks like it should be doing another update here in just a couple more minutes because it's got about 15 minutes remaining left in it. So I imagine they'll probably see it on through and they may extend it over into the Huntsville area there, possibly. Or the Huntsville office may extend it rather, as it picks up into their counties. Linville, it's already pretty much clear to view. You're kind of be tapering off here. The worst of it's on top of your leaving at the moment. So Columbia, yep, should be okay. Oh, there comes another warning. So 1 second.
The National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama, has issued a tornado warning for
Ooh, tornado warning.
Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, northern Madison County in north central Alabama, Limestone County.
Yeah, it's just the one county in Tennessee. So, but it triggered from our NOAA transmission. Like I said, you should be able to get a good enough signal that it triggers stuff like that, even at the edge of the broadcaster's reception limit. And you can filter those out if you don't want that to happen. I just don't have the filter set on mine, so you can have it only do like your county, surrounding counties, or the approach counties from whichever direction the storms are coming. If you want to taper it, and that way it's not needlessly waking you up or alerting, but you should be able to get a good enough signal at all times to have it do that. And if you don't, you need to move it or get a extension antenna or something like that for sure. Yep, Marley's watching us from the big screen and the small screen. Appreciate that. Can't go wrong there. Tristan Chapel Hill haven't gotten anything. It's pretty much already past you at this point. So yeah, that's a good thing. Just the heavy rain coming through, and that's about it. Bibiana, the tornado warning was for Fayette County, Fayetteville over there, that area. It's technically within Tennessee, but it's under Weather Service office in Huntsville, Alabama. And that's where that's for. If you do some of the apps and do it in like a radius of your home and it's like 50 miles or whatever, it may trigger it just based on that. You can tighten up your radius or just have it set to your specific counties or whichever you want to do there. There's lots of different options usually. You just may have to pick through them a bit. But that's the aforementioned tornado warning down here in this red box that we just heard the alert on, and those of you that just got one, that's where it's coming from. Looks like a funnel cloud's been spotted with that one too as well, west of Elkmont by train spotters. So that's definitely some no good juju down there. Let's have a look at that. Looks like they're in southwest or southeast Johnson County too. There's some decent rotation, or at least a hot spot right around. Let's pop over here so you can all see what I'm talking about. This is looking at the high top, the Huntsville radar view. You can see kind of that brighter spot there near Elkton, Elkmont. I'm assuming that's where it's talking about with that funnel cloud, because I can definitely believe that they're right around Prospect or Ardmore coming up on I-65 right there. Can't believe that, because yeah, it's definitely a warm spot in the velocity return. Have a look at it since we're not doing much of anything else at the moment. Why not? We get a better view than that. There we go. So see this section of the storm. It's not too far away from the radar. It's actually almost a little too close to the radar. But you can see, yep, there's maybe a piece of it. It's kind of all over the place. There's the hot spot right there. Yeah, you can see maybe a little bit of a lowering right around in here. Maybe. So it's hard to tell a little bit there from the radar view. Get it centered right there on that. Definitely some high wind, I would say. Don't see anything on the tornado detector there. So yeah, I would say it's at least some high wind that's picking itself up on the radar. Assume that's another one for Alabama. Or maybe an extension of this warning down here, maybe.
National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama.
Yep. And like I said, folks, that's just, yeah, that's this picking up down here, the new orange box that popped up. So if you have a good reception, you should be getting those alerts, folks. Make sure that you do. If you can't hear the broadcast and the audio and it's real staticky and not good, move it around, play with the antenna reception, you know, point it towards the window or another object. You can see if maybe you can get a reception boost off of it, or definitely, if not, look into an extension antenna. Most of them we can use like just a regular generic radio antenna like you would use on like a CB or any other kind of two-way radio, or you can even get a roof antenna if you've just got really horrible service, or some like stick-on antennas that you can use in the windows, if nothing else. So definitely make sure though that it's got that decent amount of service to where you can get those alerts if it does. Let's see. Still showing the watch in effect. Let me have a look and see at the county watch notification list. I think we did get dropped. It may have just not updated yet. One second. Yep, I think we got dropped. Another warning for Alabama, probably. Yeah, I don't see us on the list any morning.
Weather Service in Nashville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Marshall County in Middle Tennessee.
Oh, yep, Southern Marshall.
County in Middle Tennessee.
Northeastern Giles. So, yeah, this new one right here.
12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Get that posted to the page.
Severe thunderstorm was located 11 miles northeast of Pulaski, moving east at
11 miles northeast of Pulaski.
60 miles per hour wind gusts.
So, yep, Southern Marshall, Eastern Giles going to be you all here in just a moment.
Locations impacted include
So, you got to make sure you're taking your precautionary steps there, safe space, away from windows, all that fun stuff.
This includes Interstate 65 between mile markers 10 and 81.
I-65 between mile markers 10 and 81.
The tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for Middle Tennessee.
Graphic coming up on that one. Always mess up and get the Spanish one first somehow. All right, so that's up on the page for all my visual folks. And again, got that handy right here while we're at it. So for my Marshall County folks, Giles County folks, got that right there for you. So again, wind up to 60 miles an hour, hail pea size possible. Goes until 12:45 a.m. So about another 36 minutes from now. And again, that's this storm right here. I'm gonna take the ticker down because I can't. These are coming out quick enough to where I can't keep them updated. But I believe we are out of. Yep, we are officially out of the watch now. So good news there for Murray. As we see, we're dropped down out of that. We still have got some heavy rain coming, but right now the biggest focus is on that Cornersville storm there, just south of Murray County, on the edge of Giles, Marshall, and I can't remember, but yeah, right there. So again, to recap, that tornado watch has now expired for Murray County and the Muletown area. Just keeping an eye on things as they swing down, but still dealing with some warnings there on the edge of our coverage area. So we try to cover the contiguous counties here next to Murray as well, just for our friends and neighbors. So just issued that one, though. There are about 35 minutes remaining left in that. 12:05 a.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 11 miles northeast of Pulaski, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So again, taking on more of an easterly direction now, but still NWS seeing enough of that wind threat there. Maybe even some kind of broad rotation, not really tight, not really well defined there. Just south of Lewisburg, about to cross over 431. Looks like right before Petersburg, right around that area. So maybe a little bit. Not seeing any hail markers or anything yet, but definitely some wind concerns there with the severe thunderstorm warning, and some lightning there around Cornersville as well too. So throw that in motion, let you all see the waves and the ebbs and the flows of that. And again, Marshall County, Giles County, you all are still under that tornado watch as well for a little while longer. But I imagine it should start getting trimmed off further to the east as well too, as this frontal system progresses more towards the east now and marches out of the area over the next several hours. Flood watch remains in effect, though, until tomorrow at noon. So again, if you're just joining us, tornado watch has been expired for Murray County. Flood watch still remains in effect till tomorrow noon. Other than that, should be just down to good sleeping weather. Everything else is sub-severe for everywhere else in the area, unless you're listening to me from that southern Marshall and Giles County locations that have the warning in effect right now. You all need to be taking your precautions and making sure that you are in your safe space. It's like Cornwall's just passing over you, but Shelbyville, it will be on the way soon. Lewisburg, at the thick of it right now, should be slacking off here in a little bit, but Petersburg knocking on the door, just about there. Same way with Fayetteville. Pulaski, hopefully it should be slacking off for you soon, but there may be some heavier activity coming through. But it looks like this is going to be the biggest part of it. Has already made its way east of 65 now, is on his way out of Giles County. So hopefully that will be about the extent of it, and things won't be any worse than that. Looks like the main activity now is on the far south end of this line, like the SPC was saying, down in southern Mississippi. Yeah, it looks like that's where all the fresh tornado warnings are down there in the southern Mississippi. So, power outages still holding about the same info, about 1,000, 1,100 or so reported outages in Central Columbia. Everything else with the grid so far holding strong. Got some reported outages scattered throughout the county of some limbs, lines, things like that down, but no major reports of damage out there so far, luckily. So, only warning in the area are the severe thunderstorm warnings down here. There is a tornado warning for part of Tennessee that's covered by the weather office in Huntsville, but nothing for the Murray County area, just the edge of Giles County there, which is just about clear here, hopefully in a couple minutes, and then southern areas of Marshall, south of Lewisburg, Petersburg, and then over into Shelbyville, Bedford County, Moore County, that area. So just about cleared of our area. I'll probably let the radar stay up a little bit longer, but just about ready to wrap up our continuing weather coverage here on Weather Down in Muletown. Appreciate you all joining us. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Make sure to like, share, follow, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. And if you're a local business owner or know any, and they're curious about advertising with Weather Down in Muletown, definitely get in contact with us. There's some information up on the page, or you can email us at MuletownWX. That's MuletownWeather at iCloud.com.
The best circulations with this line were located near Ardmore and just south of Athens. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Huntland around 12:40 a.m. Central Standard Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include French Mill, Elkwood, Elora, Herdlow, Maxwell, Larkin, Smithland, Francisco, Beans Creek, and Holland Gin. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. The National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Marshall County in northeastern Alabama, northwestern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, Madison County in north central Alabama, Limestone County in north central Alabama, Pullman County in north central Alabama, Morgan County in north central Alabama, southeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama, Moore County in Middle Tennessee, Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, western Franklin County in Middle Tennessee, until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:03 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 11 miles southwest of Lewisburg to 10 to 8 miles northeast of Brushy Lake to near Carbon Hill, moving. At 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Lewisburg to near Harvest to near Hartselle to near Camp McDowell, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Multiple areas of rotation are present within this line. Additionally, there have been confirmed reports of wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles per hour along County Line Road in Madison and at Pryor Field in Decatur. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Huntsville, Decatur, Madison, Athens, Coleman, Hartselle, Winchester, Arab, Fayetteville, and Mooresville. A tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time for North Central, Northeastern and Northwestern Alabama, and Middle Tennessee. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Tornado watch number 10 remains in effect until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Lincoln, Tennessee. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions, and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for Middle Tennessee. In Nashville at midnight, rain. The temperature was 58 degrees, dew point was 56, and the relative humidity was 93%. Winds were calm. The pressure was 29.54 inches and falling. Around Middle Tennessee. Clarksville, rain, 53. Crossville, cloudy, 55. Columbia, Mount Pleasant, cloudy, 59. Fayetteville, cloudy, 66. Gallatin, cloudy, 57. Lawrenceburg, cloudy, 57. Lebanon, cloudy, 57. Lewisburg, cloudy, 61. Livingston, cloudy, 63. McMinnville, cloudy, 66. Murfreesboro, mostly cloudy, 64. Portland, cloudy, 55. Pulaski, cloudy, 63. Rockwood, fog, 55. Shelbyville, haze, 64. Smyrna. The National Weather Service in Huntsville, Alabama has issued a tornado.
All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and cut the NOAA stream off there because it's basically just alerting now on Alabama stuff, and I don't want it to give anybody the warning fatigue just with it going off and going off and going off and not being our area, quote unquote. So other than that, I think we're pretty much to the end of things as far as the severe threat goes. So I feel pretty comfortable pulling back everything at this point and calling it a night now that we've gotten dropped from the tornado watch there. You see the counties in yellow, still got it covered for a bit longer, but overall just should be the heavy sleeping rain in store for Murray County, the Muletown area for the rest of the night. You may hear some thunder or some things like that as the night goes through, maybe even some heavier downpours, but all should still be sub-severe. So good news there. Thank you everybody that joined us on the broadcast, everybody that donated, contributed, and everything. You all help us keep the lights on here. We love what we do. Some members of the community too. So I haven't forgotten you voting us your hometown heroes and all of the kind words, comments, thanks, and appreciation you all give us every day in the comment section, in the chats, and when we see you all out in the community as well. So love you all, mean it. Until the next time, Semper Paratus, Semper Adest, always ready, always there. So weather down in Muletown, as always, this is your captain speaking. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see you next time.